5-minute 30 sound test. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Four-minute 30 sound test. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Welcome to Poker House Fort Worth Live. This is Reese with you here in studio in Burleson, Texas, Poker House Fort Worth. We are live on Facebook and YouTube for this $1,500 guaranteed free roll tournament with the bomb pots. That's right. Every level change, we have a bomb pot. Pretty spicy little addition to an everyday free roll, but otherwise it's just no limit hold'em. Definitely have had some fun with this tournament, and we just got started, so there's still plenty of time to get in on this thing. You may or may not be sitting at our feature table. This is a randomly drawn table from the field, but we treat it just like a normal tournament table. We'll keep it balanced, moving people in and out, but the final feature table will be here, so we're going to bring you all the way to a winner here on this Friday night. We're working on some table audio here. It should be coming up in a minute. I want to thank everyone for tuning in. You're going to let me know where you're watching from. If you have any friends you know that are in the tournament or recognize anybody here on this feature table, we have some familiar names and some new names here on this feature table on this Friday night tournament. We are on a 15-minute delay, but I can definitely pull up the live clock and let you know just how long you have to get into this tournament if you're listening or watching from near the Burleson area here at Poker House Fort Worth. You've still got about an hour and a half, so plenty of time to get here and get in on this free roll tournament. Blinds are 100, 200. Like I said, these guys just got started. Let's take a look and see if we recognize any of these players. We got some table audio going there. Winter, we all know Winter from previous live streams. Ace, Deuce, Queen, all rainbow here. Winter and Isaac both having an ace. Isaac having a better kicker. Isaac, he won here at Poker House Fort Worth, one of our free rolls, not terribly long ago, so we've definitely seen him on stream before. JJ, I think he's been on stream before, not real sure, but he plays in a lot of our tournaments. Great guy, good tournament player. Winter is staying on the gas here, and Isaac makes a big laydown there. His 9 kicker may not be good. I don't hate that at all. John here, calling a second pair, thinking that something that could develop here on this river. He's going to need a 5 or another queen here. 10 on the river, no help to John. So Winter here earning the check mark and trying to earn some more chips here with another 3,000 bet on this river here. It's going to be a harder call here for John. He's thinking about it. Doesn't feel like she could be bluffing or on a draw anymore. It's kind of a small bet to have a missed draw. Actually, he's grabbing raising trips. Great play there by John, raising it up. And did Winter snap? Looks like she snap called. Wow, Winter, an instant non-believer there of John. And great move by John, just did not work out. Winter was not going anywhere. She was bound and determined to say that her ace was best, and it was. So I don't hate that move by John one iota. It's kind of a tough story to tell when the river didn't bring out a whole lot, but I don't mind the play at all, especially in these free rolls early on. Make some moves while the rebuys are open and still available, not to mention cheap. Making moves and seeing what happens. He's still got 22,000 left in his stack, so plenty of room to still maneuver. But good bluff, just against the wrong person. Miss Winter is not easily swayed. Isaac here under the gun with pocket 10 is going to raise this one up to 600. John going to make the call here with the jack. Actually, he might be steaming a little bit. He's going to raise with the jack 6 offsuit, making this 1,600. Ammo coming along with pocket 8s instantly. JJ, King 7, wanting to see a flop. things are definitely a little wild and crazy here in these early levels of these free rolls as people try to spin it up or rebuy. Comes back around to Isaac, who's just going to make the call. So a 3-bet pot here, and we're still going to be 5-handed to a flop. Isaac pocket tens is still in the lead. Looking to dodge a king or a jack. A couple kings already out in the field, so less outs. 5, queen, 9. Rainbow flop here. No one having a queen, so the pocket tens are still going to be best. And it is going to check around. Another queen on the turn, that's got to make the pocket tens and the pocket eights feel better for that matter. But John is going to be reaching for chips here. Going to place a bet out with 3,000 ammo. Like I said, the pocket eights still can't feel terrible about them as no one's really bet to this point. And Nicholas, believe he's new to the stream. I don't recognize Nicholas. He could have been. It could be my fault if I don't recognize him, but he called on 3,000 as well. So we still have 4. 8 on the river. Great card there for ammo as he takes the lead and the check mark here on this river. Isaac here under the gun. Looks like he might have checked, and then John's going to continue to fire here. And we'll see what ammo does here. Yeah, man, ammo is just going to rip it in saying, please have a queen. I hope he has a queen. Nicholas here with the king 6. Definitely can't be coming along. Isaac knows that his 10's probably not any good anymore. And then John, who is just posturing, there's no way he can make this call with jack high. But again, I don't hate the effort. I don't hate the stab at the pot. But and if ammo hadn't have hit that 2-outer on the river, it might have worked. I don't know if Isaac would have looked him up with his pocket 10s or not, but John showing some gumption to fire at those last 2. But now he's down to about 6,000 and change, so it might be time for him to get it all in there and re-enter. Yeah, he's got about 6,400 from him, jack, short stack. Of course, we know Ship, we know Zach, Isaac. Not sure about Nicholas or Luong. Not be new to the stream, and welcome them to the stream. Again, this is just a $1,500 free roll we do every Friday, so you may end up here on live stream and me talking about the way you play. It's not that big of a deal. We definitely enjoy everyone participating here on the live streams. We've gotten a few changes made and some new stuff coming up right around the corner. We're all pretty excited about it here. John here going to call the 200 with the ace of 4 suited ammo coming along as well. JJ going to limp in with the pocket 5s. Nicholas looking to get involved in a pot jack deuce suited. Winner in the cutoff is going to come along as well. Ship just makes the call with pocket 8s. No, he did raise. So Ship 3 exit to at 600. Luong is already in for 2. Going to go ahead and call that extra, and which is probably going to be the case for everyone here, as is most Texas poker. In for 2 and for 6. Actually, John reaching for more chips here. Yeah, he is going to raise this up, and I love it. Little limp raise squeeze play here. Betting 3,700. That's going to shake the whole field except for Ship and probably JJ. Yeah, JJ did make the call. Ship going to make the call with the pocket 8s. And Luong, he says, you know what, I've come this far. I want to see a flop. The queen 6 off suit. And since Isaac's getting out of the way, he's got the lone queen in the field. He was in bad shape there for a minute while Isaac was still in, being out-kicked. But now he's alive and well. A lot of diamonds in these holders of hands, so John's going to have a harder time making his ace-high flush here. 4, king, queen, 2 hearts here. Nobody having a king. So Luong here going to be taking the lead in his hand, but can't feel great about it, especially since John's got pot and pair and still firing. Again, John just being aggressive. Love it. JJ here, a non-believer, calling with the pocket 5s. Ship getting out of the way. And Luong here with second pair, 6,100. That's a lot, but again, everyone keep in mind this is a free roll. So a lot of players will gamble here early and try to spin up a big stack or re-enter while it's cheap. Turn card, it brings the 9 of diamonds. No real help to anybody's hands. Board gets a little more straighty. And Luong going to ship it. Luong did Didn't give John the. Oh yeah, okay. So John's the one that bet it, and looks like let the graphics catch up here and see exactly what happened. But yeah, it looks like Luong shipped it, and John might have made the call or vice versa, and the JJ might have let this one go with his pocket fives. So John way behind here, looking for an ace or a four. Deuce on the river, not going to do it. So Luong makes the right read, knowing that his pocket, that his queen was good. Not scared of the king. Looks like we may have lost ship in the 3-seat. Again, this is just a standard tournament table. We keep it balanced just like any other table. This is just like a feature table of the tournament. As we see Carlos there putting a 9 upside down on the deck. We'll see if he catches that later. That does happen. So right now we are 8-handed, but I believe we're 7. There's, I believe they moved ship off the table for table balances. They opened up another table here. There's still plenty of time if you're watching or listening nearby. About an hour and 20 minutes to get into this free roll tournament. JJ here going to raise this one up. Ace 4 suited, raising it up to 1,200. Nicholas going to 3-bet 10-6. I like it. He's wanting to make something happen here. Winter coming along, Luan coming along with pocket twos. JJ makes the call. So Nicholas trying to make a move, but it's hard to make moves early in a free roll. 5, 6, 10, 2 spades. Beautiful flop there for JJ as he picks up the nut flush draw. Nicholas raised the pre-flop and got the best possible thing he could look for, raising it up with 10-6 with 2 pair on a 10-6-5 board. So winner here going to come on for 6,000. Looking for some runners. Luong, you just got pocket twos. Gotta let it go. Good job, buddy. JJ, he's never going anywhere, and Nicholas is never going to go anywhere. So look for this pot to balloon by the end of this. Another spade could slow Nicholas down, but he's already invested quite a bit. Queen of clubs, you're going to see Nicholas probably put in the rest of his stack here, only 11,000. That's exactly what he does. And Nicholas is going to make the call. Winner's going to get out of the way. So the hand plays itself, 2 pair versus the nut flush draw. And I think Nicholas is going to be the one at risk here, as dealer Carlos figures this one out. Makes some change there and heads up with 1 card to go. Oh, he's got queen 10, not 10-6. So either way, he had 2 pair. So either way, it worked out the exact same. JJ here looking for a spade, and only a spade. Hits the ace, but not good enough as the 2 pair queen 10 going to hold. And JJ got his money in good. Nobody's going to lay down a flush draw this early in a free roll tournament. Like I said, they're trying to spin up the stacks, gamble a little bit more when they can still re-enter fairly cheaply. We have 7 players at this feature table. And we have, I believe, 3 tables going on right now. About an hour and 20 minutes left to enter or re-enter or rebuy, whatever the case may be. JJ did go ahead and grab more chips just in time to see his under the gun hand of 9-7 of diamonds. Definitely probably be playing this one here. Got those brand new chips put into work. He does call the 200. Nicholas, queen, jack makes the call as well. Winner. Let's see a cheap flop, she says. 4 deuce offsuit. Luong going to raise this one up. Gave the thumbs up to the dealer. 5,000 to play. Ammo, king 5. Sucker for a big pot. But he does lay this one down. He built him up a big stack early. I missed one, or we had that one hand earlier against John. They got him a lot of chips, so he's in conservative mode at the moment. The only way you can tell is when he's in conservative mode or not is if he actually looks at his cards. We're going to go 4 players, maybe. Who's still thinking here? Let the graphics play, catch up. I think JJ's thinking about with the 9-7. He does make the call, and so does Nicholas. So it is going to be a winner getting out of the way with the 4 deuce. Good fold. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop here. JJ, Nicholas, and Luong. Luong with the pocket 6s. The graphics catch up here. Carlos put up the flop, but we can't see it quite yet. But it looks like Nicholas is the one going to be betting this one out. Now we got to let the graph. There we go. Queen, tray, queen. Huge flop there for Nicholas. And now he's going to slow play it, and I like it. Luong with the pocket 6s is going to continue the aggression here. Of course, we know Nicholas not going anywhere. 6 on the turn. Oh, the 6 on the turn. And then the river jack. Okay, the graphics were a little bit slow, but this was a monster hand. Turned a full house there for Luong. And then the 3-outer for Nicholas to put it back into the front. Luong going to see the bad news here, seeing that he snuck ahead on the turn just to get outboated on the river. Big, big, big hand there for Luong. Tough break. Nicholas way ahead on that flop. Luong getting lucky with the 2-outer catching that 6. And then Nicholas reclaiming the lead with the jack on the river. That hand could not have gone any differently unless Luong just folded on that flop. But he called and was immediately rewarded and then immediately taken away, as does Poker Go. So tough one there for Luong, but still a good hand. You're never going to lay that down. If your opponent has queen tray or queen jack or pocket jacks, it is what it is. And you still got some chips. So we'll get those chip counts updated as soon as possible. Looks like Carlos is doing that there now. So tough break for Luong, but is still alive here in this $1,500 guaranteed free roll tournament. And it has bomb pots. That's right, bomb pots every level change. It's been a super popular tournament here at Poker House at Fort Worth, and you still got plenty of time to come join in. There's about an hour and 15 minutes left of registration. So if you are nearby, you can still make it over here in time to get in on this free roll tournament. You see Nicholas there. Massive, massive chip leader here at this featured table, looking down at 6-5 suited under the gun. Wants to keep seeing flops while they're cheap. Looks like he's just going to call the 200. Miss Winner getting out of the way. Luong now wants to get back into the ring. Still shaking his head after that last hand, but not a problem. That hand just kind of went south real quick. Ammo going to make the call with the 9-10 suited. Jack calls with the 5 deuce from the small, or 7 deuce from the small blind since he's already halfway there. And JJ with the same hand, 7 deuce. So both the small and the big blind wake up with 7 deuce. That is quite unfortunate, but that's why you see no one raising, and we're going 6 ways to a flop. King 8-7 rainbow board here. No one having a king, so the 7 open-ended here for Ammo. Pair of 8s for Isaac. Nicholas open-ended on the bottom end. So Nicholas and Ammo both holding each other's outs. So Ammo bet it. He bet his open-ended straight draw, runner, flush draw. And pretty much everybody caught a little bit of something of this flop. So you're going to see how everybody's still coming along for the $600 bet. Jack on the turn sees Ammo get home. 7, 8, 9, 10, Jack. Let's see how hard he leans into this one. You know, it's pretty dry out there. I don't mind a small bet, and that's what he does, only betting 600. Jack getting out of the way. JJ still with bottom pair. he does want to come along and see what happens on this river, even though he is drawing dead. Nicholas calling for his open-ended that he hopes doesn't get there because he's drawing dead. Isaac had some chop opportunities, but not going to happen. So 4 ways to a river, and 3 of them drawing dead. 3 of spades on the river. No help to anyone. Thank goodness for them. And Ammo's going to bet this one out here. Last act, but not going to get any callers. Unless Luong decides to call him down with, third pair just to see if he's bluffing. You never know. But Ammo betting out 2,500. JJ getting out of the way. Nicholas going out of the way, and Luong folding. So good turn there for Ammo. Pick up a decent sized pot. Unfortunately, unable to catch anyone to pay him off on that river. But dragging and stacking chips, and that's what tournament poker is all about. So he's up over 62,000. Nicholas is still your chip leader after that massive, massive hand. He's just shy of 100. So both players having pretty good stacks. And here we are, the bomb pot. This is the special twist of this tournament. The bomb pot once every level change, just one hand every level change, and it's approximately half the size of the small blind. It works best that way mathematically. So this one's just $100 ante on this bomb pot. Like I said, this is the extra little spice here on this tournament, what makes it special. Ace, ace, 8 on this top board at 10, 3, 5, all hearts. And let's try to decipher at what everyone has. Winter having an ace here. No flush draw to go with it, unfortunately, but she does have the ace, and she's going to be leading it out, betting 700. Isaac, king 887. He's got a 8 high flush on the bottom and the boat on the top. So looking good for Isaac. JJ not having a whole lot, but he wants to come along while it's cheap. Maybe see if he can make something happen. But Isaac here, the only one with the flush. But since he has the flopped boat on the top, he definitely has that one pretty well handled. An ace on the bottom. That's going to be difficult for Winter now that she knows she has the last 8 in the deck. So it's going to be hard for her to feel like she's going to be beat here on this top board. She can only be worried about pocket 8s or pocket trays. But when you're playing bomb pot, 4 cards, that can happen. So you need to watch what you're doing. She's going to bet 3,500, and Isaac, reaching for chips, just makes the call. JJ is still unconcerned. I guess he's got a club draw on the top, but we all know that that's no good. But he has faith that something's going to happen. We'll figure it out, but don't know what can happen that won't keep him from losing more chips since he's drawing dead on both boards. A board pairing 3 on the bottom, but it's not going to give a boat for anybody. The clubs do get there for JJ, but that's not going to matter to him. As Isaac has the nut clubs on the top, that doesn't matter because he's got the boat, but he's got the 7 and 8 of hearts for the bottom. And so this is going to be a scooper here for Isaac. And Isaac knows it. He was showing the dealer, this is what I have, buddy. Boat and a flush. And it's going to be good for both, as dealer Paul there is showing the rest of the table what Isaac has right there. And he's going to scoop that bomb pot. Once every level change we have these bomb pots, and you can see they can get spicy. So that's the bomb pots. Little boost there for Isaac. Nicholas, still your feature table chip leader, 95,000. Mo right behind him at 61. Luong here in middle position, folds around to him. He has pocket queens, announcing a raise there. JJ in the small, looking at Jack 10 suited coming along as well. Nicholas in the big blind already got some money in there, so goes ahead and defends it. So we're going to go 4 ways to a flop here. Ace, deuce, tray, 2 diamonds. It's going to give JJ the flush draw. Luong still got the pocket queens, but has fallen behind to Isaac's ace 9. And JJ going to be the one to bet out his flush draw. Nicholas makes a call with his pair of deuces. Luong just calling with the queens, just in case one of these players has an ace. But this much action, he's got to put somebody on that for sure. The board does pair. Let's see if that slows anyone's ideas about this hand. And it's actually going to give Nicholas trips. Wow. So we have trips versus third nut flush. Isaac top pair, 9 kicker. Nicholas checked it and he got bet and called all the way around. JJ moves all in. It's not going to be easy for Nicholas, but it's only 6,000 to him. So never mind. It's going to be real easy for him to make that call. It's not much of his chips. And if he's just thinking if Isaac has a boat, he has a boat. Luong here still has faith in the queens. Looks like he put out the call. And now Isaac. We got aces and trays with a 9 kicker and all of these all-in actions in front of him. How can ace 9 ever be good here? And he does lay it down intelligently. It is what it is. We got an all-in and 2 callers in front of you. It's hard to call with a 9 kicker with just a pair of aces. So 3 players left. 1 player all in JJ. Needing a diamond and only a diamond for this hand here. Does not get it. And Nicholas going to be best here with the trip trays. Luong going to bet it out, though. He says, let's see if we can build a side pot. And he did. And unfortunately, he's going to see the bad news as Nicholas does have that third 3. And the rich get richer as he's going to take down the entirety of this pot. Now, I'm not sure if Luong had pocket queens or ace queen there. We've had a little bit of difficulties here with some of the readers as we've been moving equipment around. I'm inclined to believe that Luong might have had ace queen there and not pocket queens. Ace queen seems a little more reliable for that bet and call. There's the rebuy there for JJ. Comes back fighting. He said this is a free roll. So we definitely don't mind firing a few bullets into a free roll. The $1,500 guarantee with only, I think, $25 rebuys. So definitely some value there to fire a few bullets into this tournament. Kind of gamble to spin it up or rebuy, just as we saw JJ do. Luong here under the gun. To call the 400. Mo and the hijack makes the calls with the queen 8 offsuit. Jack, not much to speak of, but he's going to go ahead and make the play anyway. JJ wants to play his button with the 6-3 suited. Nicholas, small blind, 5-4 of diamonds. Wouldn't mind the season seeing a squeeze there out of Nicholas, but either way, we're going to go 6 or 7 ways to a flop. As winner checks her option. Flop is Jack, 7, ace, 2 spades here. So JJ going to have a flush draw. No one having an ace, if I remember correctly. Jack here picks up 2 pair. Didn't even see that. So Jack's got jacks and 7s. JJ, like I said, coming along with the flush draw. He's rebought already. This is the second rebuy, but he keeps getting put in these tough situations here. 4 of clubs. Does pick up a little more outs for JJ. He can hit a 5 for a straight now. And, of course, Jack going all in here. I'm sorry, JJ going all in here. And there's a fold. So, yeah, JJ goes ahead and gets out of the way. So, Jack's the one that went all in. And JJ has to lay it down, not wanting to try to catch that flush. And Jack's 2-pair goes uncontested. Charging maximum price for that drawing, and it was the right price indeed to get JJ out of the way. Nicholas here still a commanding a chip leader at this feature table over quadruple starting stack. Now Isaac here limping under the gun with the Jack 8 suited. Ammo in middle position, waking up with pocket queens. He raises it up and raises it up big, 3,500. Jack wants to see a flop with pocket 9s. Nicholas on the button has the chips to spare in that monster chip lead. Wants to see a flop with the ace 8. Winner suited ace 7. And Luong with the wrong suited king 4. Like I said, shares the suit with Winter, so clubs would be disastrous for Luong here. And Isaac goes ahead and calls. Why not? In for 200, in for 3,500. 6 ways to a flop. 5, king, 8, rainbow flop here. Luong's kings ahead at the moment. Ammo here goes ahead and checks with the pocket queens. Jack's going to bet here with the pocket 9s just to see where he is at. Nicholas with middle pair calls. Wants to see something possibly develop. Luong here, top pair, but it's only a 4 kicker. And only has 23,000 left in his stack, and Jack bet 10,000. Yeah, Luong makes a indecisive call there. So I've got top pair, but that's half my stack or more. And now it's back around to Ammo, who has to lay down the queens with that much action in front of him on that drive aboard. Good fold there by Ammo, preserving that pretty decent chip stack. But unfortunately, 1 street too early as he would have turned a set of queens. Poor Ammo. Sometimes he's just in for everything. And this time he chose to play correctly, and he gets punished for it. So Luong's king is going to stand up best here. Jack not going to play his 9s any further. Nicholas and Jack just hoping to go to showdown. And Luong going to see that his king holds up best here. And all of that betting and all that action got Ammo to fold what would have been the best hand by the river. He's going to look back at this and say, I was playing right, and look what happened. Surprised his wife isn't in the chat talking about how he should have made that call. But no, it's the bad call. It's the wrong call. He did good. Cannot be results-oriented in poker. Got to go with what is right. And land the queens down there with that much action and a king on the board was the proper laydown. Right at an hour here still to get on this $1,500 guaranteed free roll here at Poker House of Fort Worth. Quite a few of you tuned in watching on YouTube and Facebook. We appreciate you coming along with us for this $1,500 free roll with bomb pots. You got exactly 1 hour and 1 minute to get to Poker House Fort Worth and participate here on this tournament. Registration is still open for another hour. Deuce, 8, king, 2 hearts here on this one. Nicholas is going to be flopping at best with a pair of kings with a 4 kicker. And Luong has a pair of kings with a 3 kicker. Of course, we both know they're chopping now, but Luong going to be the better. And so it's going to be harder for Nicholas to call, but he does have the chips to call for just 2,000 to see what happens. Winner getting out of the way, so we are heads up, queen on the river. This is a chopped pot. We'll see if Luong can bet Nicholas off of it. He bet looks like 3,000 or 4,000. It's not going to be enough to get that monster stack to fold. So these players are going to both turn over the cards and see that they are just chopping up everyone else's money. Like I said, Luong there basically setting the price. I don't mind it. It's better to bet 4 or 5, 600 or something to try to set your own price here to stay in if you think your king may be good. So 7 players. We keep this table balanced with all the rest of them. So we have, I think, 3 tables in play right now. So hand number 13 here of this $1,500 guaranteed free roll tournament with bomb pots. Jack here under the gun, just calling the 400 with a pocket 7, seeing what develops. JJ calls with Jack 9. Nicholas and Winner and Luong and Isaac all coming along back to ammo in the big blind. Who's going to squeeze, and I love this play. Going to make it 4,400 to come along with the 6-3 offsuit. I do like the squeeze. Jack folded, looks like, as we play catch up here with the graphics. Winter, not so easily shaken. She's got 9-3, but it could be the card reader here. Isaac wants to come along and defend with the Jack 10 offsuit. And JJ looks like he came along again trying to make something happen in a big pot. So we have 4 ways to a flop of a Jack, 4, 8, 2 spades. No players having spades, but Isaac and JJ both flopping a Jack could be a trouble. Ammo, who was the one to squeeze here with the 6-3 suited, or offsuit rather, and he is going to keep the pedal to the metal betting big. It's like 11 or 12,000 there, 16 actually. And so tough decision here for JJ. Or not really. It looks like he went ahead and put it all in there as he was short stacked. And looks like Winner made the call. Like I said, I doubt she's holding 9-3. We may have another card reader situation here. And ammo here. He's going to need some running cards help here, as JJ has a what's on screen is a hammerlock, but again, I don't believe Winter has 9-3 offsuit here. I think we may have a card reader error. So 3 players here to a flop. Ace of clubs on the turn. Still no help to ammo. And I think, like I said, Winner has a mystery hand, but they're going to check. 7 on the river would have been best for Jack, but it would have been hard work getting there with all that betting. Ammo here might take, nope, he decides to check it. And so Winter is going to show her hand. JJ, who's got a Jack, like I said, it looks like he's best, but again, we don't see what Winner has. And since JJ's standing up, I think it was correct about Winner's hand not being accurate. Let's see if we can get a camera shot there. We did not. So unknown hand there for Winner, but we do know that Winter did end up taking that one down. So again, apologize for the graphic errors. So we do lose JJ temporarily. He might still get back in. He definitely wasn't scared of firing some bullets today, but he might take a quick breather before coming back in. Again, it's a $1,500 guaranteed tournament, so there's definitely enough value to fire a few bullets into this thing. So we'll see if he comes back to the feature table or joins the outer table. Ace 9 tray, 2 hearts. No players having 2 hearts in their hand. Checks all the way around, quick action, 9 on the turn, and it checks all the way around again. Luong pockets or his pair of 7s might be good, and he tables them, and yeah, there he says, "I got a 7." Good enough, yeah, sure enough. So little pot there, but every pot counts here in tournament play. We've got quite a few people on YouTube and Facebook, more so on YouTube. But either way, we appreciate you being on either platform that you prefer. I can see the chats from both, so if you have any questions, comments, or anything like that, you can feel free to type them into the chat. And we are at the bomb pot. This is the level change bomb pot that makes this tournament just a little bit different from the rest of the free rolls that you normally may see. And Queen 9-4 on the top board, 5 ace king on the bottom. And now we get to see what everyone has. Jack, trip deuces in hand. That's a tough one. Looks like Winter's pocket jacks. I think anybody has a queen or a king. I didn't see any. Jack does have a king, but he's got trip deuces to go with it, so that's not going to be great for him. Ignore those readers there. We'll try to get that set. It's like Winter's going to be betting her at Jack 10, and she makes Broadway on the bottom and just straight on the top. So Winter with a hammer lock on this one here. I don't know if she's going to get any callers here. She bet 1,200. Isaac did make the call. He has a flush draw on the bottom, pair of nines on the top. Pocket sevens, not going to be much help for him. So he needs a club on the bottom here to take the lead and get half of this pot. Otherwise, Nicholas called as well with the ace of 7 for a tray. 6 and a tray, blank, blank. So Winter here with the Jack 10 scooper. She's got the nut straight on both boards. So now it's just a matter of what can she bet that she can get paid on. Isaac here, just with a pair of sevens. Pocket sevens is all he's got unless his cards are not read properly. He's got nines on the top and sevens on the bottom. Yeah, just not much going. So maybe he's just posturing here a little bit and does let that one go. And Nicholas here, is he going to pay this up? Nicholas ends up paying it off. So maybe his cards are incorrect. But yeah, either way, it's a scoop there for Winter as her Jack 10's best. Nut straight on both boards. Winter here under the gun with the 4 deuce of clubs. Goes ahead and limps in, wants to play a pot. I think her chip stack's off there, obviously. She's got way too many red chips still and be showing a 24,000 stack. But that does happen here, especially when you have the bomb pots, when you have misreads. You know that she won that hand earlier without her cards picking up properly. So ignore her 24,000 stack. And we're going to go 4 ways to a flop of ace, jack, 8, 2 spades. No one having spades in their hand, no one having an ace. So this one probably going to check around. That's what it does. Queen on the turns brings home the front door diamond draw, opening up lots of straight opportunities. Luong best with his pair of queens. 4 on the river. Again, 4 cards to a flush, but no one has a spade in their hand. So everyone's just going to check this one all the way through, and Luong here going to see that he has a queen with a chop here. Yeah, chop here for the queen 6 and the queen tray. So Jack and Luong chopping this one up. That spade definitely halting the field as no players had a spade in their hand. Dealer Paul in the box dealing out hand number 17 here. Folds all the way around to Ammo in the cutoff, who's been surprisingly quiet, but he did build up quite a chip stack early. So he may be looking to get back into the mix of things. Raises it up, like I said, late position with the ace 10 offsuit. Nicholas and winner both coming along. 10-9 offsuit for Nick and a king jack offsuit for a winner. 3 ways to a flop. Queen, Trey, Jack, 2 diamonds. Either playing or having any diamonds. Winner's going to test and see if her middle pair is good, betting 4,000. Ammo going to come along with a gut shot, though, on the running diamond draw. Nicholas open-ended makes the call as well. So Nicholas looking for a king or an 8. 6 on the turn, no help to any player. Winter still ahead with her middle second pair. She bet on this flop. She's reaching for chips again on the turn, keeping the pedal to the middle and the pressure on. Ammo's just got a gut shot. I don't think Nicholas is going to be able to fold too much here, given his chip stack being open-ended. But he's not afraid of putting a little money out there. Calls the 7,000, so a decent-sized pot. 6 on the river doesn't help anything. You're going to see him check, and she's going to check behind him. Winner's going to take this down with just a pair of jacks. Yeah, Nicholas gambled there. Nothing wrong with that. And Winter drags a pretty decent-sized pot there. We're down to 6 players. 6 players here at this feature table. We have 3 out in the field, so that means we have 18 or 19 in this tournament still. And you've got a little over 45 minutes left to get in on this $1,500 guaranteed no limit hold'em free roll. Like I said, with the bomb pots. Bomb pots every level change. Definitely spicy so far with a couple scoops. It's hard to scoop a 4-card bomb pot, but we've seen it happen the last 2. Ammo in the middle position here, going to call the 600 with the 8-5 offsuit. Nicholas going to defend his button, calling as well. Winner making the small blind complete. And Luong checking his option. 4 ways to a flop of 8, Trey, ace, rainbow here. No players having an ace. Ammo having an 8. And a lead in the hand so far. And he's going to bet out like he's got it, betting 600. Nicholas doesn't catch much of anything, has to let his hand go. Winter, nothing at all, lets hers go, and Luong as well. So Ammo keeping the pressure and takes down that pot. Pretty decent little pot here. 2 pair for Winter Jack 8. Going to take that one down. And that's going to give her the chip lead over Nicholas there, as he has given some of that large stack back that he had built earlier. Dealer Paul in the box, dealing out hand number 21. Now the stream is on a 15-minute delay, but let me look live here and see. We got a little over 40 minutes to get into this tournament. If you are watching or listening nearby, 40 minutes to get here to Poker House Fort Worth and get in on this $1,500 guaranteed free roll with bomb pots, every level change. Little raise up here. $10,000 pot going 5 ways to a flop of Trey, Ace, Deuce. I think I saw pocket 33s out there. I did. Luong flopping middle set. Jack bottom pair, but no one has the ace, so it's going to be tough for Luong to play. But he does check it, so he's playing as slow as possible. 8 on the turn. Ammo here. Going to check. No. Anybody going to take the bait? No. So Luong's forced to bet a little bit to see if anybody has anything to come along with. Unfortunately, we can see here that no one does. So Luong here flopping a set. No. Here we go. Nicholas wants to call. He said, I've got an 8. See what happens. So Nicholas looking to not improve here. Doesn't want to catch an 8 or a queen. Jack on the river does bring home at the front door spades, which could slow Luong down some. So that might have saved a little bit, but he does go ahead and bet it. Not afraid of the flush that made it. But Nicholas here can't really call with a pair of 8s and does go ahead and lay that one down. So Luong picking up a $2,400 pot. Nothing wrong with that one. It's good to flop a set. I want to take just a moment to remind everybody we have a huge day here tomorrow at Poker House Fort Worth, September 7th. That's right, the second of 3 qualifying opportunities is here. There's only 3 of them. These are the stamp sheets. These are the chips you've been earning day in, day out for the month of August. You bring those chips, those stamp sheets in. You get your 500 per hour of cash played, your 5,000 chip stacks just for being a member, custom chip stacks for everyone based on their support, their participation here in Poker House Fort Worth in the month of August. But everyone has some chips, and anyone can play. Only a $25 entry fee to try to qualify for that $20,000 zero entry tournament and join the players that hit it back in August. Like I said, you only have a couple opportunities to do so, or three to be accurate, and this is the second one. So don't miss tomorrow, 3 p.m., the second of 3 qualifiers, only $25 to play. And everyone has chips, whether or not you've been able to make it into Poker House Fort Worth very much in the month of August. Everyone starts with a default stack. And there's nothing wrong with trying to spin up any kind of stack when the price is only $25. Only $25 to play. And you're playing to try to get in that top 15% to qualify for that $20,000 zero entry free roll. Absolutely huge. That'll be coming up in August or in October. So you'll only have, you only got one more opportunity. So try to get there on this one tomorrow, 3 p.m. Jack going all in the top 2, a pair here. Not much for anyone else. We'll see if Nicholas wants to call the 8. Looks like he might have. We'll let the graphics catch up here. Gambling a little bit on the gut shot, or is he still thinking? Could be still thinking. We're not going to see Luong or Isaac come along, so it's going to be all up to Nicholas to see if he wants to go for the gut shot. Looks like he did. So we'll see what the graphics are right here. I don't think so. Yeah, the trip 8's there for Jack, going to hold. I don't think he was all in, but we'll get those chip counts corrected. Either way, he wins a decent sized pot there, courtesy of Nicholas, who has been moving backwards. He needs to find something to turn it all around here, but he's still got plenty of chips, so still plenty of opportunity to do so. This is the tournament, and you're always in it until you are not. So he has time to turn that chip stack around. Dealer Kevin in the box now. And number 23, six-handed. Luong going to be the first one to bet here. Comes in with the Queen 9 offsuit. Isaac cutting out some raising chips. Going to make it 2,000 to play with the Ace 9 offsuit. Luong and Nicholas both coming along. Nicholas trying to make something happen. Needs to get down in these big pots. Calling with the 4 tray of diamonds. Ace, deuce, 10, rainbow. Isaac here. Top pair of aces. He was the one to raise it pre-flop. Does continue here. Nicholas going to gamble. Looking for a 5. Looking for a 5 and only a 5, unless his cards are off, which has been it is possible. Has been happening today. Check to a river, another king. So we'll see if Isaac just wants to get to a cheap showdown here. Shows the ace, and that's going to be good enough to take down that pot. Winter and Luong both a little over 70,000 in chips. Jack just under 60. Nicholas built up a little on the starting stack, is just under 40. Ammo right about still the starting stack after he had a huge chip stack early, but found a couple of bad spots, and now he's back to the starting stack, which isn't a terrible place to be. But just about to say, he's going to be looking to mix it up to try to run that up, and that's exactly what he's doing here in the middle position. Going to call the 600 with a 3 deuce suited. Four ways to a flop here. Six, 4, 9, no help for anyone. Gut shots abound. Another 6 on the turn. That's going to give trips to Luong. Going to bet this one out. And I don't think, like I said, gut shots for everybody, so I don't think anybody's going to be coming along here. Nicholas calls with a 7 tray, looking for a 5. A 5 and only a 5 here for Nick. Queen not going to do it. So Nick just trying to gamble to get those chips back, but just not working out in his favor. Yeah, Nick ran hot earlier, but the deck has not been doing him any favors, so he's been trying to manufacture his own luck. And we'll see what happens here if he can get some love out of this bomb pot. This is the level change bomb pot we have here on this free roll. The little twist to this free roll tournament. Been some pretty good ones so far. So for those that aren't familiar, the bomb pot's just like we do in the cash games. Lots of rooms doing bomb pots every dealer change. We're doing a bomb pot every level change here in this tournament. The ante for the bomb pot is half the amount of the small blind. 3, 4, 6 on the top, 2 clubs, 5, deuce, queen on the bottom, rainbow. Let's try to decipher what anybody has. No one's really proud as it's checked around to a turn. So Winter top pair on the bottom. On the top board, got some pairs and open-endeds, things like that. The clubs do come home, so I know there's at least a couple flushes out there, but I don't think they were that big. Luong at a 10 high, clubs on the top going to be best, and Winter's pair of kings is going to be good for the bottom, but next one's going to be betting this out. Yeah, and that's going to be some chips he's not going to see again as Luong and Winter both call. Actually, Isaac's coming along as well. He's not sure 3. Yeah, he's got the straight on the bottom. But again, no good to Winter's 10 high heart draw. So Winter made the 10 high hearts on the bottom, and Luong's at the 10 high clubs on the top, and that's going to be good enough to split this pot up. Nicholas taking a shot with his flush, no good. Actually, yeah, Winter's got the hearts on the bottom, and Luong with the clubs on the top. As a dealer, Kevin here, splitting the pot up, showing so putting Nicholas and Ammo's cards into the muck, and Isaac's. And so Luong gets some of the half the pot, and Winter is going to get the other half for their 10 high flushes. So no train wrecks there on that bomb pot. So if you are listening or watching it nearby in Poker House, Fort Worth, you got 30 minutes. 30 minutes to make it here to the club and get signed up for this $1,500 free roll with bomb pots every level change. You have 30 minutes left to come get in on this tournament. Maybe get to this feature table. Maybe get a lucky draw to at the beginning, or you can make it here by making it to the final table. Jack here, who's been pretty card dead, decides to play a little bit here with the ace queen offsuit, middle position, going to raise to 3,500. Winner making the call with the 8-7 offsuit on the button, wants to play her button. Luong, who's partially there in the small blind, makes the call with the queen tray, and Isaac in the big blind going to defend his chips already out there for the 5-4 of hearts. Luong having hearts covered. 5-9 king, 2 diamonds here. No help to anyone. Winner with a gut shot. Jack, who had the pre-flop aggression, is going to continue with the aggression here. So he's betting 6,500. Winner with the 8-7 wants to see a gut shot come home. She's going to make that call, wants to gamble. Isaac getting out of the way, so we are heads up. Ace on the turn does give Jack the confirmed lead. He had it ace high, but can't know that, thinking it's the king. So he's going to feel better about an ace coming on that turn. And Winner here, looking at a $12,000 bet from Jack. Might be a bridge too far for a gut shot, and it is. So Jack, while not catching many cards, when he does catch them, he's dragging the pots, which is the important part. And like I said, with the chips kind of being split around in bomb pots and split pots, there is a little bit of room for error on the chips. But as it stands right now, Jack, Luong, and Winter all virtually tied here at this feature table for this tournament. All three players having a little more than double starting stack. Nicholas calls middle position with the 4 deuce. Luong's going to raise us up to 2,000 with the ace 8 suited. And Isaac making a move out of the small blind, 3-betting to 6,000 with the king 9 offsuit. Ammo wants to play, defending his big blind with the king 10. Luong, he said, I was the one that raised this first, so I'm going to continue to come along. Ace 8 of spades. So Ammo not knowing it, but does not want to see any spades here. A spade free flop, queen tray 6. It's going to check all the way through 10 on the turn. That's going to give Ammo a pair of 10s, which are currently best. Luong not catching any aces or spades. Looks down. Is he going to make a move here? Nope, decides against it, lets his cards go. And Isaac, who was trying to make a move early, not a great board for his holdings. And so Ammo finally it picks up a decent pot. It's been a minute for him. Nicholas here going to be the first to act on hand at number 28. Looking at a 7-4 offsuit. Trying to make stuff happen, but see how creative he can get with this one. He's just going to limp in with the 7-4. Folds winner after winner calls with this queen 4 of spades. Folds around to Ammo in the small blind, who's going to complete with a 4-3 of diamonds. And then Jack checking his option with a 6 deuce offsuit. So nothing really crazy out there. And an all heart flop, king 8 deuce. Not a single player has a heart. I'd say winner has a heart, but not in her hand, because she's going to bet this one out 2,200, and no one's going to make this call. So little pot there for a winner. Every pot matters here in tournament poker. You pick up enough small pots so you can afford those big calls later. Hand number 29 sees everyone fold around to Luong in the hijack, going to call the 800. Isaac in the cutoff, Ammo on the button, all calling 800. Jack's going to complete his small blind, and Nicholas checks his option. So 5 players limping into this pot here. Queen 8-7. Going to be best here for Nicholas. Pair of queens, 10, king kicker. 2 clubs for Luong. Open-ended for Isaac. Ammo bottom pair. And Jack, unless we misread his cards, he's got a gut shot needing a jack. So Luong, there's a 9. So Luong makes a pair of 9s. Isaac makes a pair of 9s. Nicholas still barely best with his pair of queens. Jack picks up the open ender on that turn card. He might have got himself stuck there to have to call this $4,000, but maybe not. Isaac here open ended on the bottom side. Does let that one go. Good fold there by Isaac. Jack makes the call and Nicholas makes the call. So Luong needing a club. Jack needing a jack or a 7. 4 of diamonds on the river doesn't help anyone. So Nicholas can be best here with just a pair of queens. But Luong's going to bet this out, and I love this bet. 15,000. It's over half of Nicholas's stack, and that board is very straighty. And so can Nicholas make the hero call here? No, he lays it down. Fantastic betting there by Luong. Had the flush draw, didn't really count on the 9 being anything, but went ahead and fired anyway. And Nicholas makes, it's a top pair king kicker, but the board was super wet, so it's hard to call off half your stack with just top pair second kicker. So good on Luong for that bet, and still a good fold in my opinion from Nicholas. You're going to be beat there a lot of the time for half your stack. Ammo here, picking up a real hand finally in the cutoff, going to raise this up to 5,000 with the ace queen suited of hearts. Nicholas, whose stack has gone the wrong direction, needing a big pot here, so it comes along with pocket sixes. Winners in the big blind defends with the queen 4 suited. Isaac going to defend as well with the 10-9 offsuit. So we're going to go 4 ways to a big pot already. And a big flop here for Ammo. It flops a nut flush draw. Middle pair for winner, but not much else for anyone else. And Ammo's going to go ahead and bet this out as he should. I think he bet 7,000, bet 12,000. Big bet. Nicholas here, I think if he had the chip stack, he might peel one here, just not giving up completely on Ammo having the king. But right now, he's looking to basically find a point to go all in or not. But winner's going to keep him honest, calling with the middle pair. But the honesty is going to turn it right around here as Ammo picks up the nut flush right on this turn. So Winter, who was correct, immediately pays the price and has to fold as the front door flush does get there. Tough feeling there in poker when you feel like that your opponent could be just betting a draw and you have just enough to beat them. Bottom pair, second to last pair or something. And then that draw immediately gets there after you put in the call. Then you have to lay it down. You got right at about 20 minutes to come get into this free roll. If you're watching or listening close by here to Poker House Fort Worth, $1,500 guaranteed free roll with bomb pots every level change. You got right at 20 minutes to come get into this tournament. There is still time. If you are within 20 minutes of Burleson, Texas, here at Poker House Fort Worth, come get in on this Friday night, $1,500 guaranteed free roll. We're doing bomb pots every level change. It's a lot of fun. It's an overall good tournament. Luong here, flopping top pair with the jack kicker, and Ammo's got the top pair with the worst kicker. I open-ended for Isaac. He's going to come along as well. Nicholas with the queen, jack, 2 overs wants to see a turn card. So we're going to keep all 4 players here to a turn. Dealer Kevin putting out an ace. Doesn't change anything for anyone except giving more gut shots. Luong going to continue betting 3,000. Isaac wants to come along as well. Nicholas picking up just a hair more equity. The king now gives him the hand. An ace on the turn doesn't do it there. So Luong going to keep on the pressure here, and it's going to be good enough. I don't think Isaac can call with the 9 kicker. He doesn't. Nicholas can't call either. So good pressure there by Luong. He's definitely been making moves. I'm really impressed with his poker play today. Made a few hero calls, a few continuation bets and big bets on the river. Really impressed with his chops here tonight. I feel like he's been on the stream once before, but forgive me for not remembering for sure. Do a lot of streams all over the state, but I feel like I remember him and his buddy on a stream not terribly long ago. Ammo here under the gun, looking at an ace king offsuit. Double the starting stack here. Doesn't want to go too crazy. Doesn't want to have to get stuck with a short stack and having to sacrifice and re-enter, but you can't limp in with this one. And he doesn't. He raises this one up to 8,000. Jack, who's been patient tonight, waiting for the hands to come to him, does wake up with pocket sixes and wants to come along as well. Winter has the position on the button. From her reaction, I don't think she knew how much it was, but she's stuck now. Goes ahead and makes that call. So 3 ways to a flop. Winter looking for a lot of spades to help dig her out of this hand. 4, king, 9, 2 clubs. Ammo top. Probably going to bet this one. Yeah, he does move it all in. Jack with the pocket sixes. It's a tough one here for Jack because you can't just give Ammo the king here every time. Could put him on clubs. He did raise pre-flop, so if you're Jack, you have to put a bigger pocket pair in his range. And Jack does make the big laydown. I know he really wants to feel like he's best there. And you will be more often than not, Jack. But it is a tournament poker, and John's a different animal tonight. So somebody find Shanna in the chat and tell me what's different. What did Ammo eat today? Did he have a good lunch? A good dinner? Feeling tired? Playing slow? Shanna joined us in the booth. I believe it was last week. The wife of Ammo there brought their wonderful pug. And I can't remember the pug's name, but he was a cute pug. But Ammo's nickname did not come lightly. It is exactly what you think it is. Plenty of bullets into these tournaments, but he has not had to do that tonight. Like I said, maybe he just had a good dinner. He's nice and relaxed. But there's still a little bit of time left for rebuys as Nicholas raises this one up in the hijack to 4,000. Winner's going to 3-bet with their ace-queen to 15,000. This might be just the spot that Nicholas puts it all in. And he's going to see that he's in bad shape if he does choose to do so. It is a re-entry, a rebuy tournament. You want to find a spot. You can hear the alarm going off there for the level. So looks like he's got 20 more minutes. But I don't hate this shove. It's not that much more to Winner. Of course, Winner's going to call. Nicholas just hoping that he has 2 overs to like a pair of jacks or 10s or 9s. But he's going to see the bad news that Winner's got a shared card with a bigger kicker. So Nicholas looking for some straight cards that help him out and not Winner, or a few kings. Queen, deuce, 8, 2 clubs on this. Looking for a king and only a king. 5 on the river. So the ace is going to play, and Nicholas found a good spot. Had a big stack early, but found himself in some tough positions there as he reaches for another bullet. A little over 10 minutes left to get in this tournament. A little over 10 minutes left to get into this tournament. Of course, we are 15 minutes behind here on the live stream, so they just did the level change, which means it's bomb pot time. Looks like a 300 chip ante for this bomb pot. The bomb pot's 1/2 of the big blind, essentially. 1/2 of the small blind. We have found here at Poker House 4th. That makes for pretty good pricing. That way the bomb pots don't get too much out of hand for pot-sized bets on the flop, but they still can get out of hand because, well, they're just bomb pots, and bomb pots do that. So a little bit of extra twist, a little spice here on this $1,500 guaranteed free roll is the bomb pots. Every level change. Dealer Kevin here putting out King Tray 9 and Jack Ace King. 2 diamonds on that bottom. Ammo has an ace, but the rest of his cards are deuces. I don't think that's going to help him too much. He could catch running spades on the top, I suppose. Cards go by so quickly. Another jack on the bottom board, 5 on the top. Winter has trip jacks on the bottom. Not much to speak of on the top, but she's going to make a pot-sized bet here. Luong, ace 7-6-5. It's got gut shots on the top, pair of aces on the bottom. Isaac, not much to speak of here. Does go ahead and let that one go. Ammo getting out of the way. Jack here, not much to speak of either. Lets his open and straight draw go. Nicholas with the better ace there. And a pair of threes on the top. Looking for a 4 to make a wheel on the top. A queen on the bottom. 5 on the top on the river and a queen on the bottom. That does change things for, no, I'm sorry, that's going to still give the check mark there for Winter. I thought Nicholas had a 10 in his hand, but he has a queen in his hand. And that queen's going to cause him just to lose a little bit of money here. Luong ended up with trip 5s on the top. So Winter with her Jack 8 or Jack 9, trip jacks on the bottom, and the trip 5s for Luong, and another unfortunate no rebate there for Nicholas, as that puts him down about half a stack. As dealer Kevin there chops up that pot. I want to remind everybody what tomorrow is. It is qualifier number 2. 2 out of 3. The September 7th qualifier for the $20,000 zero entry free roll is here. You only have 3 opportunities to get into this tournament, and the first one has already passed. Tomorrow is number 2. $25 is all it takes to get into this tournament. Everyone who is a member here at Poker House Fort Worth has a default 5,000 of chips ready and waiting to try to get in that top 15% to qualify for that $20,000 zero entry tournament. But you have a lot more chips waiting on you if you have participated at all here at Poker House Fort Worth in the month of August. You're getting 500 chips per hour of cash game that you played. Every entry add-on rebuy into tournaments. Hopefully you've got your stamp sheets and you've gotten those stamped. And bringing those stamp sheets tomorrow at 3 p.m. is our second of 3 qualifiers for the $20,000 zero entry tournament. So don't miss that. Nicholas with about half the stack left. He unfortunately had to rebuy with. Makes the call with the ace 7 offsuit. Luong coming along in the cutoff. Isaac on the button looking down at Jack 10 offsuit. Looks like he made the call as well. And Ammo, King Queen, he does make the raise here. 3,500 to play. Nicholas not going to fold, wants to try to win some chips. Luong, good for 1,000, good for 3,500. Makes the call. Isaac going to come along as well on the button. So we're going to be 4 ways. Nicholas barely in the lead with his ace high. Flop of 4, 9, 6, 2 clubs. Gut shots for Luong. Gut shots for, I don't know, I guess that's going to be it. So not much for anybody. So either way, the aggressor takes the spoils onto this hand, and no one's taking the lead. It's going to check around to the river, and there's the 8. That's going to give Luong a pair of 8s. Nicholas needed a little more than that. Luong's going to bet this out. He's got the chip stack to do it, too. Even if they think he's bluffing, there's nothing they can do about it. That's out 3,300. Ammo cutting some chips out. So either A, Ammo's cards are incorrect, or B, made a hero call with king high. I don't hate either one of them. It looks like he made a hero call there, trying it to see if Luong was just making a stab at it. Dealer Tina in the box. The players are about 10, 12 minutes away from their break. Of course, the break is the end of registration and the add-on period where players will be able to purchase some chips with an add-on. Welcome Lamont to the table. Regular here at Poker House Fort Worth. Big fan of Lamont. I like Lamont. We're going to have 6 players limping in for 1,000 apiece. Big range of hands all the way around. 4, 9, 3 rainbow. Ammo top pair 9s. See if anybody else has anything else here. Don't really see anything. I see Luong has a pair of trays. Nicholas, a gut shot needing a 5, goes ahead and lays that one down. Winner, nothing going on. Lamont, big hand going into the muck. Luong doesn't want to call with bottom pair, and so Ammo is going to pick up that $15,000 pot there, getting a little bit healthier here before the break. So players are creeping up to the break time. We'll see if anybody wants to make a move with their stacks to try to re-enter before the registration period is over. Luong, middle position, signaling a raise. Looks like he's going to make it 3,000 to play with pocket 3s. Folds all the way around to Ammo, who makes the call with the jack deuce suited. Winner going to defend her big blind, 10-9 offsuit. We're going to go 3 ways to a flop. Luong ahead, currently looking to dodge jacks, 10s, and 9s. Queen, 9 on this flop here. As winner is going to take the lead. This one checks on through. King on the turn does give a gut shot there for winner to go along with her pair of 9s, and Ammo a gut shot looking for winner to get one of her 10s. Tough flop there for pocket trays. We've seen Luong make moves, but I don't think it's going to happen now with the chip stacks right now. He's got over 100,000 in chips, a good place to just make it to the break. Ammo's going to come along, though. He wants to see that 10 come out. Unfortunately, it's an 8, so no help to him. But winner's 9 still going to be best. She's going to bet it like it is. 12,000. Ammo's going to let that go. And winner puts her close to that 100K mark. good tournament that she's had. She's done really, really well. And if she does the add-on, she's going to be definitely sitting pretty. Her and Luong both are around that 100K mark. Nicholas here with 10,000 chips remaining. Not want to get it in quickly. I know the break is coming up. Go ahead and try to spin up that stack or go ahead and re-enter while you can. Isaac going to call the 1,000 with the queen, deuce suited, jack. Calling on the cutoff, ace, tray. Poor guy just hasn't seen many cards in the last little bit. Winner coming along as well, and Lamont checking his option with the 4-3 offsuit. 8-9 queen, 2 diamonds. No players holding 2 diamonds right now, but winner flops the joint. 8-9-10 jack queen. Isaac may come along with the top pair deuce kicker, but probably won't stick around for long. Got a majority of his chips going to the middle there, so he might be committed, unfortunately. But he's drawing virtually dead here, unfortunately. King of diamonds on the turn could slow winner down, but like I said, Isaac, he doesn't have a whole lot of chips. Another diamond comes out. That's definitely going to kill the action, but winner does have the jack, so she's got the third nuts. So Isaac's saving a little bit of money there. Winner with the second nuts there, actually, with the king out there, but definitely slowed her down a little bit. But I don't know if Isaac would have called him much more with that top pair, with the deuce kicker, at least with a board that wet for sure on the turn. So Nicholas and Isaac both around that 10K mark. Of course, there is an add-on. There is an add-on period during the break, so there's 2 schools of thought. You can go ahead and try to double up that stack, or go ahead and just do the add-on. Save yourself a little bit of money. Jack here in the hijack, going to call 1,000 with his pocket nines. Winner going to defend her button. No, she's going to raise it up to 4,000 with the ace 10 offsuit. Jack going to put 3,000, a couple thousand more in there. And we're going to go heads up. Heads up to a flop here between Jack and Winter. Six, tray, 10. Tough flop here for Jack. You can't just give your opponent a 10. Winner raises it up pre-flop, and she's going to continue the aggression here on this flop. Betting quite a bit. Looks like 7,000, 8,000. There is a 10 out there, but how many times can you just fold here profitably? Just giving your opponent a 10. And he has the same thoughts. He's going to peel off one more. So still going to be both of them to a turn. And there's the 9. Jack immediately rewarded for his hanging in there. And it's going to be an all-in from Winter and a snap call from Jack. So Jack getting a much-needed double-up here right before the break. I don't hate the move by Winter. She's got top before the board got any worse. Jack was clearly possibly on some kind of draw with her as much as he thought about that call. But unfortunately for Winter, Jack just spikes the gin card on the turn. But again, well played by Jack. I don't think you can just fold the one bet there every time just because the 10 was out there. But is rewarded for his patience on that hand. That's going to put him over the 100K mark. So well done there by Jack. Winner still got plenty of chips, 55,000 in the stack. Way more than the starting stack. In fact, that might have been good enough for her just to go to break. Seeing that 2-outer there on the turn, best to just walk away, buy the add-on. Ammo here under the gun. Going to call with the 6 tray, a suited Jack. Makes the call with his newfound chips. Nick and Lamont and Luong all coming along with their holdings. And we're going to go 6 ways to a flop here. Some ugly cards out in the field, but everybody's trying to rake in that one last pot before break. Ace, deuce, 8, rainbow. Luong, a bottom pair. Nicholas, second pair. And not much else for anybody else. So this one is going to check around to a turn. 10 of clubs. That'll pick up a flush draw for, I believe, that it checks around quickly again. No, yeah, Ammo had the flush draws. 5 on the river. Isaac has the pair of 10s, going to bet at 1,000. Ammo going to let his cards go. I think everybody's going to fold here. Well, Nicholas did hit a 5. He's going to call 1,000 just to see what happens. So Isaac going to show him the... Oh, no, he raised it. That's actually a really good play because Nicholas has 2 pair. I thought he just had the 5 on the river, just wanted to see what Isaac was betting there, but he raised it up. 2 pair is pretty good on this board here, even though it's not the Ace X 2 pair. And Isaac feeling like his hand is under-repped. Goes ahead and pays off the extra 4,000. And so Nicholas picking up the last-minute pot there, putting him close to a starting stack. And it looks like we might have 1 or 2 more hands here before the player break. Mike in the chat says, seat 8 folded the ace of diamonds. That's right. Went runner, runner. Nicholas here putting some of those newfound chips to play here. Late position with the 5-3 offsuit. And it looks like they're going on a break. So this will be the last hand before the break. Queen 5-8 here on this flop. Nicholas bottom pair. This checks on around ace on the turn. Still no help to any player. See if this just checks on around players just trying to get to the break. Jack on the river. And now the Nicholas going to pick up that last little pot there. Much needed. Adding a little bit to his stack. So the players now on to the break. So we ourselves going to take ourselves a break while the players add on to their chip stacks. We'll get those accounts updated. But before we go on our quick break, I want to say one more time, tomorrow, the big day, the second of 3 qualifiers, September 7th, tomorrow, 3 p.m., the $20,000 zero entry qualifier. Getting the top 15% tomorrow and get your free ticket into the zero entry $20,000 championship on October 12th and 13th. Those stamps that we have been stamping for your sheets, you get to add all of those up. Your membership with the 5,000 free chips, 500 for every cash game hour you've played, any kind of hourly high hand wheel spins. These have all been building your chip stack for tomorrow. And if you haven't participated at all in August, that's fine. You still get a base 5,000 chips just for being a member, and it's only a $25 tournament. There's no add-ons, there's no rebuys. That's it. $25 is all you can spend into this tournament. And you're trying to get in that top 15% to punch your ticket into that zero entry $20,000 tournament in October 12th. So tomorrow, September 7th, is the second of 3 opportunities to get into that tournament. The last one is on October 5th. But give yourself the most opportunity and come tomorrow at 3 p.m. And for that $25 shot to get into that $20,000 free roll tournament. That is tomorrow at 3 p.m. So don't miss that. And like I said, we said no audio. We should have audio, but I'm showing the audio. Can anybody else hear me? But I hope they can, or at least they can read this poster for our second of 3 qualifiers tomorrow at 3 p.m. The players will be going on the break, and we'll be returning right after they get back from their break. And we are back live here. Reese with you in the commentary booth. Just missed the bomb pot. Had some stuff to do during that little break. But you can see the updated chip counts there as players have added on to their chip stacks. 7 players here at this feature table. Winter, still your chip leader here at this feature table. 233,000 in chips. Isaac, 100K. Everyone else in between. Dealer Carlos in the box. So no more add-ons, no more rebuys. Players playing for real now. Isaac calls the 2000 with the Jack 6. No, he did fold. Looks like it folded around maybe. Yeah, buttons in the blinds. Ace, 10, 6, 2 spades here. No one having any spades. Ammo having the middle pair of 10s. Goes check to him. He's going to bet 5,000, and Nick and Jack getting out of the way. So we want to welcome everyone to Poker House Fort Worth live here on Facebook and YouTube. I can see the chats from both. I can see plenty of people watching on both platforms. Feel free to comment any questions or anything about anything we have coming up. We have tomorrow's the big day for the qualifier. If you are a member, you have chips. It's the second of 3 qualifiers for that $20,000 free roll coming up in October. The only way to get into that 0 entry $20,000 tournament is to get in the top 15% in one of our qualifiers. And we're on our second one of 3. Lamont here under the gun looking at a pocket jack's going to raise it up to 4,000. Luong wants to see a flop with 5-3 of hearts. Ammo as well, 9-8 suited. Pocket 4s for Jack. Nicholas, Queen, King offsuit. Winner in the big blind for cheaper comes along. So pocket jacks needing to dodge a lot of stuff. Big pot here. And middle set for Lamont. Hoping that someone has an ace. Unfortunately for him, no one does. All these players, Lamont, nobody's got an ace, buddy. But we'll see if anyone wants to peel. Luong wants to. See if he can spike that 4. Unfortunately, we know 2 of them are in Jack's hand. So he's only got 2 left. Nicholas looking for a 10. Does he want to gamble? Try to find a 10 on this turn card. He makes the call as well. Winter exposes her card. It happens. 3 ways still. This is a surprising 3 ways. 9 on the turn. No help to anyone. Now, Lamont going to go ahead and rip it in here. And saying, if you got the ace, please call me. But Luong seems despaired. I'm curious if his card reader could be off here. 5-3 of suited is a pretty fun hand to play. So I don't think anything badly of it. But it doesn't seem like it would be that hard of a fold. So we'll never know. He does make the fold. Maybe he just really felt like the 4 was coming. Nicholas open face folds. And Lamont, don't know if he showed him or not. We'll see here. Maybe we'll get a quick camera angle of it. But Yeah, it looked like he did turn him face up. Saw a few jacks there face up briefly before dealer Carlos started the wash. Jacob, I hope you found your audio issues. We definitely have audio here. I did double check a while ago. I know it's been about 20 minutes since you asked, but hopefully you got it figured out on your end, bud. But seems to be everything okay here. But if there's anybody else having any issues, feel free to let me know. We have moved our stream into the new room, getting things set up so we're going to have some guest commentators, some live video here in the room. It's going to be a lot of fun. Pocket Jacks has found their way over to Jack. He raised it up quite a bit. No takers anywhere. So no chances taken there, and goes ahead and gets that done pre-flop. But when I was out on the floor earlier, they were just going to 2 tables, so no real spoiler. We are on a 15-minute delay, but just sort of a forewarning that we will have a full table here soon on this feature table, down to the final 2 tables. And then we're going to be taking you all the way to the winner. Hand number 47 is folding all the way around to Nicholas. The cutoff calls the 2000 with the 7-6 of clubs. Lamont gets in half price in the small blind with 9-6. And Luong going to raise this one up in the big blind with the ace jack off suit. Looks like Nicholas is going to make the call, so we're going to be heads up to a flop. Ace, queen, 8-2 clubs. Big flop for both of these players. Luong going to continue with his top pair of aces, but Nicholas can't go anywhere with this flush draw. Makes the call. 6 on the turn does give Nicholas a pair, but we know it's no good, but it does give him more outs. Luong going to continue on betting here with his top pair of aces, 8,000. Big pot, 42,000. Looking for a club or a 6 or a 7. Another 8 doesn't help any. And Luong going to be good here, and Nicholas had too many out syndrome. Luong putting out a final bet of 18,000 here. So does Nicholas want to believe that his 6 could be good? But we know, and he knows it's not, and he has delayed that one down. So Nicholas played a hand with lots of opportunities. Got very close, but could not run Luong down. That's going to be a big swing in chips there. Puts Luong now over 130K. Nicholas still has plenty of chips, though, but that was definitely a gamble worth taking. Had plenty of outs. And the game moves on. This was the $1,500 guaranteed free roll Friday nights. We have the same tournament on Fridays and Sundays. Been a lot of fun, a lot of players. And people love being on the live stream. And boy, we have so much more coming up. I cannot wait over the next few weeks to show you guys some of the stuff that we have coming for the live stream. 10, 3, 5, 2 clubs. Bottom pair for Luong. Lamont pocket 7s, still ahead. Isaac middle pair at the 5, so everybody catches a little piece of this. 2,000 called by each player, bet out there by Luong. Check on the turn. 9 on the river doesn't change anything. Lamont the one reaching for chips here with the pocket 7s, and he is best. Luong is still a bottom pair in a folding position. Almost called, but goes ahead and lets it down. Isaac lets his go, and Lamont going to pick up a small pot there from the position of the button. So a little bit more about tomorrow. 3 p.m. For those that play here at Poker House Fort Worth, you know you have the stamp sheets. The stamp sheets are for our high hands. When you spin the wheel, you win 300 chips or 1,000 chips or 5,000 chips if you're lucky, and you get the stamps on your card. You get 500 chips for every hour you played in our cash games. You get stamps and chips for all the tournaments that you've played, rebuys, add-ons, lots of different ways to earn chips here at Poker House Fort Worth. And you're going to take those chip stacks and get credit for them tomorrow and play and trying to get in the top 15% tomorrow. The top 15% out of all the participants will punch their ticket into that $20,000 zero entry tournament on October 12th. Now, we're only going to have 3 of these qualifiers. We've already had one at the beginning of August. This is our August to September one that we're having tomorrow, September 7th. And then we're currently having one running right now for all of September that we're going to do October 5th, I believe. But that's it. You've got to get in the top 15% in 1 of 3 of these qualifiers. Ammo here, betting out bottom a pair. Isaac open-ended. See if he wants to come along. I don't see anybody else calling, which they don't. Isaac reaching for some chips. 7,000, pretty good chunk there. And so Ammo can't like that call, but typically when he latches on, he's not going to let that go. But now he might have to, as that gives him 2 pair. So he's going to be reaching for chips. Isaac here, curious how much he's bet. Really thinking about this here. Feels good about this open-ended draw. Makes that 19,000 chip call. Big pot. That's a big chunk. So Ammo here going to win unless he can can't dodge a deuce or a 7. 8, no help. It does bring runner spades, so that's why Ammo just goes ahead and turns over just in case the spades got there. And so Ammo picks up a decent size pot there. So yeah, if you've played here at all at Poker House Fort Worth in the last month, you've got chips waiting. You've got chips waiting on you. And if you haven't played, if you haven't been able to make it up to Poker House Fort Worth, you still have 5,000 in chips waiting on you. So you've got a shot. And it's only a $25 entry tournament. There's literally no reason not to try to come shoot your shot to get into that $20,000 zero entry tournament. It's only a $25 entry. You cannot rebuy. You can't add on. It's just $25. That's it. 3 p.m. right here at Poker House Fort Worth, and try to get into that top 15% to punch your ticket for the $20,000 zero entry tournament on October 12th is when that championship is going to be. So we had, I feel like we had 77 people play in that first qualifier. And I think we're going to match that and maybe more now that we have more people knowing exactly what it is and how it goes, and they need to come play in it. Jack, you're going to flop top pair. Check it over to Nicholas, who's going to bet his bottom pair of 3,000. Winner's going to make that fold. Ammo probably won't come along either, but Jack's probably going to peel another card, having top pair for 3,000. I'm wrong. Ammo, you never know what he's going to do. He does call. Looking for some running cards, for some straight opportunities, I suppose. Jack on the turn is not going to be what he's looking for, but it is going to slow down everyone else. It's going to check all the way to the river. 4 on the river. Yeah, and it's going to check all the way down, and Jack's 9s are going to be best here. So Jack, a little over 180,000 in chips. Pretty healthy here. Jack's had kind of a rough go of it, but has hung in there strong. Went pretty much card dead for a lot of the first few levels before the break, but when he did catch cards, he did capitalize, and that's why he's still here with a decent stack. Nicholas has been on a true roller coaster himself, but still sitting at 64,000 in chips. Plenty of chips to make the move. Blinds only 1,000, 2,000. This tournament, even though it's a free roll, it has some great value. Players are definitely allowed to play poker. Luong middle position going to call with the Jack 9 offsuit. Isaac going to come along as well. Ammo, Jack, Nicholas. Small blind completes, big blind checks. 5 ways to a flop. Dealer Carlos putting out a 3, 4, 9, 2 hearts. No one with a heart draw. Isaac, top pair, 9s. Jack with the bottom pair. And Luong had top pair 9s as well, and he's going to be the one betting this out. Isaac makes the call with his top pair. Jack coming along with the bottom pair. So we're going to go 3 ways to a turn. Jack looking for another 3 or 7 to take the lead on this one. King of spades, no good to him. Luong still in the lead with his Jack 9 is going to be continuing betting this one. This time 12,000, a lot more expensive. Isaac just has his 8 kickers, no good, and Jack getting out of the way with the bottom pair. And so Luong has had some pretty selective aggression tonight. He's made a few moves, a few bluffs. I've been really impressed with his play today. He doesn't quite have the stack representative of how he's played. I guess that he's sitting at 5th out of 7 here at this table, but he's only at 140,000, whereas second chips is only 170, pushing 180. So he's not far. One decent pot out of being second in chips, if not first. Winner's got the chip lead with 226,000. But these blinds are 1 in 2,000, so they can get up there if things do get spicy. And Luong's going to keep playing. Middle position, 4-3 offsuit, comes in for the call. Isaac's going to raise this one up with the ace-6 of hearts. Ammo wants to play with the 5-3 suited, makes the call. Nicholas waking up with the real hand, ace-queen offsuit, makes the call. Winner in the big blind, not much more to her, so she's going to get in for the big pot. And Luong trapped with the 4-3. Needing just a little bit more to make it 5 ways to a pretty big flop, a pretty big pot already. Deuce, queen, 6, 2 clubs. Isaac flops middle pair. Ammo with the gut shot. Nicholas top. And he's going to be the one betting this one out. Winner gets out of the way. Luong gut shot into the muck. Isaac folding his middle pair. And Ammo with just a gut shot himself. Don't know if he's going to call 15,000 here, but I've seen him do crazier things. He does make the fold there. So Nicholas, much needed pot there for him. Shows the hand. Let everybody know that he's not messing around. No more bluffing. I'm not sure he bluffed earlier anyway. He just got caught in some bad positions with some pretty good second best holdings. And it looks like we have broken down to just 2 tables for this free roll, as we have players joining this feature table. Quite a few people in the chats, both Facebook and YouTube. Do you know somebody here at this feature table? Are you rooting anybody on? Where are you watching from? Be sure and let me know in the chat. We love interacting with the chat on our streams. Helps us, gives me something to do, I'll be honest with you. We are 9-handed as Chip and Key or K. I know her real name. She's a tournament player here at Poker House Fort Worth, and won here recently. Her and her husband players here at Poker House Fort Worth. Great folks. We're going to call her Key. Carlos here putting out the bomb pot. This is the every level change bomb pot that spices up this normal free roll tournament. Regular hold'em with the bomb pot, every level change, lots of fun. Lance watching from over there in Alito, rooting for Nick. Nick's had a rough go of it, but he has navigated it pretty well. Queen, 10, and deuce on this top board. 8, 10, 9. Lots of scoop opportunities here. Let's see if anybody's holding them. Key, Jack, 10, 8, 5. She's thinking about this bet here from Jack. Jack here's got a lot of gut shots going on. 2 pair on the top. Needing a jack on the bottom. Plus a diamond wouldn't be too terrible. Second nut flush, but we see that Isaac has the nut flush draw for the bottom, so it's going to be tough there for Jack. Key there doesn't have a lot of chips to the table, but she's going to put them all in here. So I'm glad I Got a chance to spoke highly of her while I could, but she's not too far out of this. She's got a couple 2 pairs. It's like an open-ended. As the graphics move around here, trying to figure out where everybody's at. Luong's got pocket aces. Ace Jack looking for a king on that top. Of course, we know Isaac's going to come along with his nut flush draw on the bottom. And a gut shot king on the top. Imagine it just goes king diamond there for Isaac just for a monster scoop. Sherry there cheering on Lamont. Lamont, one of my secret favorites here at Poker House Fort Worth. I got a lot of favorite players that don't know it. Just because I don't talk to you very much. You just see me smiling on doesn't mean I don't think you're one of my favorites. I like Lamont a lot. Haven't had much interaction with him, but I've seen him play here quite a bit. He's one of my favorites. Emo here thinking long and hard about this bottom set. He's got a gut shot to a jack on the top. Of course, we know that that's no good. It could be good. There's no the ace jack on the top there is looking for the king, not the other way around. But he is going to raise this one up since he's got that bottom set. Pretty gutsy play here by Ammo. He's only got bottom set on a very coordinated board. Has anybody already got the straight? Let me look through these cards again here. I don't see anyone with the straight yet. But Ammo does have the club draw on the top. So I suppose if you're going to gamble, you got some outs on both boards. Jack thinking long and hard about this, wondering if that king queen flush draw could be good. Pretty scary to chase after the second nut flush in a bomb pot. Everybody gets 4 cards. So the ace of diamonds is somewhere. And it's pretty easy for them to have a diamond to go with it. So keep that in mind when you're playing bomb pots. You really want to be going for the nuts. He's got 2 pair on the top, gut shot on the bottom with a king high diamond draw. He's got a lot of chips, and Ammo's all in here is going to be for quite a bit of them. Oh, I don't know if he can help himself. He's reaching for chips. Oh, he's going to put it out there. That's the spicy consequence of bomb pots in this free roll. And Luong just going to put his in there too. Wow. So he doesn't have the nut flush draw on the top. Ammo's got the king high flush, so we know Ammo's club draw is going to be good if it hits. Isaac here. Isaac does have the flop shot on the bottom. I see that now with the 7 at jack. Of course, we know how dangerous that can be, but it does have the nut flush draw as a backup on that one. Needing the king, but he's going to put his in there, and this is why we do the bomb pots, guys. The spice is real. And these players get mixed into these bomb pots, and it just shifts everything. The chips get shipped. There's so many opportunities here for a lot of these players. Luong being the one that's furthest behind and a king on that top board, and pretty much nothing going on the bottom board. Isaac, who's got the straight, but it's not quite all there. But it does have the nut flush draw on the bottom. King gut shot on the top. We see 2 of the kings are gone in other holdings. Key down here with open-ended wrap. 2 pair as well on the bottom. She's got a club flush draw, which you know is no good with Ammo in there. So Dealer Carlos doing some work because we have got a lot of chips, 2 different all-ins, multiple side pots, and we're only to the flop. So 7 on the top. There's the diamond flush for Isaac. So Isaac going to be good on this bottom one here. Of course, there are some 2 pair spoilers. And everyone just shipping chips. You know, we've been struggling with our card readers as we've moved the equipment around in this new room. So I'm crossing my fingers that we have some accurate readings on these holdings. Crossing my fingers. We're going to see the culmination of it anyway. But we're definitely definitely lots of action on this one. Jack's going to call off the rest of his chips with his king high diamond draw, but we know that one is no good, so he's like I said, I'm not entirely sure. Either way, 4 players all in. There's the ace-7 of diamonds that we saw. Queen deuce, 2 pair for Jack, and we see that yeah, his diamonds are no good, but his queen king could catch a jack with the bigger. No, we got the ace high diamonds on there, but his queen, who's got the top board right now? Is it just Jack with the pair of queens? You see, Ammo's got the club draw. But Ammo can catch an 8. No, he can't either. Yeah, he can catch an 8 because Key has 10-8. But an 8 would give him 9s full of 8s. It would give her 8s full of 10s. But he can't catch a 10, but he can catch a 4. So much can change right now. 4 on the top, no help to any player. Queen on the bottom. I know there was a king jack out there. Who's got it? I think they might have folded. So now let's just let the dealer do his job. He's putting out a pair of queens. There's the diamonds. So the diamonds, we saw the ace. Put your cards on the table there, Isaac. I think he had the nut diamond. I think either way is going to be it for Key. So we got to see her again for a moment. So the 8, 10, 9, queen 4. Did anybody have king jack? There's an ace jack, but no king on the bottom. So the ace-7 is going to be good for the bottom board. And so I think Isaac. I'm trying to figure this one out here. I know Isaac got lion's share. We'll have to wait and see and look at exactly what happened with all the side pots there. The software not quite built for bomb pots of that size with that many side pots, but it looks like Jack did pull out half of that. Not seeing any chips and ammo stack, so I guess he didn't, because he didn't make his flush, and his set of nines was no good because of Isaac's nut flush. Either way, guys, that's what the bomb pots do. That's what the spice is. That's why they're in this tournament. Is big things like that can happen. Otherwise, it's just hold 'em. And now we're back to hold 'em. And Lu Wong waking up under the gun with pocket aces is going to raise this to 15,000. Folds all the way around to Nicholas, who wants to see a flop with pocket sixes. Winner. Looking at her hand with the shake of the head, but she wants to see the flop anyway. We'll get her cards read here shortly. Jack 10 suited. I don't hate it. And Lamont, oh no, was that really pocket kings? Surely it wasn't. Surely it wasn't pocket kings. Maybe it was. Winner here, up and down, a straight draw, heart draw, top set of kings. If Lamont really has kings, he just took out the pocket aces. So either our card reader is still struggling from the last hand, or we have got a monster brewing here. Lamont turns top set. Luong still has pocket aces, which are good. Nicholas doesn't believe anybody calls with the pocket sixes. And I don't think Winner had Jack 10, otherwise she wouldn't have folded that. But if this is real, That's going to be tough for Nicholas. His aces has gone from first to worst. He's going to shove it all in here. Nicholas is going to snap call with the bottom set of sixes, and Lamont going to snap. Does he have pocket kings? No, he doesn't. Okay. So the card reader was incorrect. And that would have been a monster if he would have had the pocket kings like the card reader said. Looks like it was just ace king maybe. Did he have pocket sixes? Not real sure, but it looks like I'm not real sure what happened there. We've got 3-4 Jackson fours here. No players having that. Lamont and Nicholas both having an ace. Lamont's going to bet this out, see if Nicholas comes along as well. Luong wants to see with queen high, just giggling, I suppose. Call there by Nicholas. We're going to see a couple aces there, and Luong just wanted to see if the queen high could be good some way. Nope. Lamont didn't have an ace on that one. So quick update on the chip count here. Ship over 200,000 who came in from an outer tables. We combined tables. Winner just over 200,000 as well. Jack sitting just under 180. And then moves on down to Lamont and Ammo, both around the 140, 145 mark. Isaac, Luong, 80,000 roughly. And Nicholas, we're going to look at these chip stacks and see if they're accurate. Yeah, it looks like he's about a little over 20K in his stack. We're going to go 5 ways to a limped in pot here of 2,000, 4,000 blinds. So 24,000 in the middle. Ammo with my favorite hand. See if it pays off. Not this time. Ace, Trey. Nicholas and Lamont both having a 3, but no player having an ace. So it checks through another ace on the turn. 3 aces, so the 3s feel a little more powerful now. Ship going to bet his king high. Nicholas and Lamont both have a 3. See if Nicholas wants to look it up. He does. And Lamont, you're got to give your opponents credit for a pocket pair bigger than a 3 sometimes. Especially in a limped pot. Anybody could have 4s, 5s, 6s. We're still going to be 3 ways to this flop here. Ship shot his shot, but it's not going to do it. He's not going to do it again. I promise you that. Unless he catches a king or a 9 on this river, which that'll just chop with Lamont. Nicholas can only hit a jack. There's the king. So Nicholas, the only one getting screwed out of this one, was chopping with Lamont. Now he is left out in the cold as Lamont and Ship are going to be the ones chopping this one up. Aces full of kings. Nicholas actually pausing. 25,000. It's going to put him all in. He's only got 8,000. He's got more than 8,000 there, I can see. It looks like he's got about 20. And Lamont makes the call. And Nicholas is not going to like to see this, that he was chopping it there. And then he was the one left out in the cold. It's always tricky with 3 of a kind on the board. There's Shanna. And hello. I was asking earlier, I don't know if you heard or not, but we've seen a different Ammo tonight. He has been quiet, controlled, not really going too crazy. I was asking if he had a good meal tonight or something. So was he tired? Did you feed him a big steak before he came and played? He's been playing great. We've seen him try to make some rundowns, but he's definitely been a little more on the conservative side tonight. But he's still in it, right in the middle of the stacks. Still plenty of chips. And speaking of ammo here under the gun, he's going to be looking at Jack 9 suited and probably going to be playing this hand. The question is for how much. See, if he folds this, I need to know. I need to know what's going on. See, he almost folded it. Now, he's going to go all in here. His chip stack is actually incorrect. He's got way less than 139,000. I thought he had more than that, but he does not. So, Shanna, you got here just in time to see ammo in trouble. Yeah, he only had 17,000. Must have got credit for one of the bomb pots that didn't actually happen. So he went all in. Nicholas goes all in for just a touch more, it looks like. And winner here with pocket 7 is probably going to make the call. Winner here makes, I think winner made the call, and Isaac making the call. So pretty decent pot for Nicholas or Ammo, who are both at risk. Ammo with the shorter stack, and Nicholas all in as well with just a little bit more. And Winter and Isaac and Nicholas will have a side pot here. There's a jack. Oh, and an ace and a king. All tough here. So Ammo now needing a jack to catch up here. Nicholas in the lead. Looks like it checked over quickly. If that graphic is correct, it is correct. Oh, but the river by Winner makes the bigger boat. So that went too quickly for the graphics there. But Winner drills the 2-outer to take that one away. Ammo took the lead on the turn with the trip jacks. And then Winner spikes the 7 on the river for the full house. Tough beat there for Nicholas and Ammo. Nicholas flopped best, and Ammo caught up on the turn with the trip jacks that I said he needed. And then Winner catches the 7 on the river to take out both Nicholas and Ammo. So tough stream for Ammo and Nicholas both. Like I said, Nicholas had a big stack early, went pretty card dead, but then had a lot of pretty good draws and second place hands that took the big stack back down to normal, and then he was just kind of a clawing fight to stay alive, which he did a good job of. And Ammo built up a pretty decent stack and then kind of shifted into a gear of just not getting involved much, which is definitely not his nature, but it is good tournament nature. So he was playing right. I'll give him credit for that, but we definitely saw less gamble out of Ammo than we usually do. Too late, Shanna. No rebuys. He's coming home. Unless he's going to stay and play some cash games, which we do have here on this Friday night. Plenty of action still left out in the field for some cash games, but that's going to be it for the stream for Ammo. This bomb pot's not going to get much action. It's probably a good thing. The players are probably tired of the action from the last bomb pot. It looks like Jack. No, Ship's the one betting out. He's got trip jacks and pocket kings on the top. Not really seeing. Luong's got. Does Luong have the straight? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Yeah. Luong's got the straight on the top. So Ship bet 9. Luong just called. Isaac here makes the lay down. I think he had the same straight, but he's afraid of the Jack 9 straight possibly, which I don't hate. But he's going to be sick to see that he folded a quarter of that probably. He would have pretty much just got his money back, so nothing really hurt there for Isaac folding that. But Ship with the pocket kings, the trip jacks can be good on the bottom, and then the 7-9 straight on the top. So Ship and Luong going to chop that one up. Shanna, no one likes bomb pots. Don't let them lie to you. Only your true degenerates like the bomb pot gamble. Now, bomb pots are fun, but they're definitely difficult. They can definitely bite you really quickly. You can flop the world or flop the nuts on both boards and end up in last place very quickly. In bomb pots, everything changes all the time, as we saw earlier. But they are fun, and that's what spices up these Friday and Sunday night tournaments. It's definitely something different that they thrown into the mix here. The blinds are 3,000, 6,000. Stacks are still pretty decent. Players are still having quite a bit of equity. We've been joined by a few players here at the table as we maintain balance. And so it'll be just a second to get, yes, it is Shan. It's Omaha Shan on the bomb pots. 4 cards, 2 boards, best 2 cards in your hand for whichever boards, whichever 2 cards. So joined by Dakota and Gary, and both involved in this hand here. Mystery hand there by Dakota. I think we try to get that one scanned in. Flop of 6, deuce, deuce. Jack in the lead, unless Dakota has, well, if Dakota did have a deuce, he just got outdrawn by Jack's 6. Ship here going to bet this out with the ace high. Let's see if Jack's going to announce himself here, if he's just going to smooth the call. Looks at his cards. Pretty deceptive there, but not when you raise it, Jack. Look back at your cards and then raise it. That's going to be a red flag every time, buddy. But Ship doesn't care. The Ship's going to make the call. And maybe, yeah, he checked it, and Jack's going to bet this out. And I don't think Ship's going to be able to come along now. I mean, it's tough. I mean, if you're gonna fold the ace high now, you should have folded it last street. But yeah, persistence there by Jack lets him know that he is beat. Shanna, if you are still listening, we do have sort of a pop-up tournament next Wednesday, September 11th. We have a ladies-only tournament. A ladies-only tournament next Wednesday. Our manager, Seema, is having a birthday this week, and she asked if she could do a ladies-only tournament on Wednesday. So it may be your turn to come down to Poker House Fort Worth, and you play and let Ammo babysit the dog. Let me take a look there. I want to say it's 75. It's a $75 entry. $75 entry for the ladies tournament on the 11th. Jack, King, 7. Dakota here at top pair, but he's only got 3 kickers, so it's going to be a little bit scary. Gary's going to be betting this one out with the second pair of jacks. Winner, pocket 9s, 2 overcards staring her at the face. Wants to make the call, but I don't think she's going to be able to. Lets that one go. Luong looking at 10-4. Needs some running cards, so he's going to come along and see it's only 6,000. Jack going to make the call, see if he can catch some running cards as well. And Dakota coming along with the best hand, but just a worst kicker. So it's hard to feel great about it. 5 on the turn. Yeah, Shanna, it's going to be a fun little tournament. Like I said, it's a women's only tournament. I've got a trophy and everything on the way. It's only a $75 buy, and I believe there's an add-on. I believe the add-on's either 50 or 100. I have to look. I'm not a very good poker room guy, and I don't even know what I've got coming up. But in my defense, I've got a lot of stuff everywhere. Yeah, it's going to be $75 buy-in, and then the add-on is a single $50 add-on. So you can re-enter the tournament if you bust out for 75. So you can re-enter as many times as you want for the first 2 hours for 75. But if you make it through with your first 75, it's only a $50 add-on. So the most that you'll spend is $125 without the staff bonus. So $135 total if you don't raise if you don't re-enter. Nicholas, welcome to the chat. Yeah, I spoke about your game a little bit. You had a roller coaster of an event. I thought I gave you props. Thought you played well. You had a lot of draws that missed, and a lot of decent second place hands, which can be the death of any stack in a tournament. I don't think you really got out of the line anywhere. You were card dead for a while, and like I said, you had a lot of big draws. You just kind of got roped into and had to put chips in the middle with, and that's just the way tournaments go. You get roped up into positions where you just have to call, and end up being a second best or missing the draws. Shanna, I will do whatever you want to do, madam. You let me know. If you want to have your 30th birthday party here, we will do it for you. Winner here under the gun, going to call 6,000 with the queen at 10 offsuit. Lamont, king 9 suited, can make the call as well. Jack on the button, queen jack suited, raising it up 25,000. Give the man some chips and decides to play with him. Dakota, new player to the table, ace 5 suited. Going to make a big call here. So we've already got a big pot brewing. Gary in the 1 seat, pocket queens. So he makes the call as well. So 100,000 in this pot, 4 ways. 5 deuce 7 rainbow. Pocket queens still in the lead for Gary, and he's going to go ahead and bet this out. All in for 24,000. Looks like 25.5. Lamont not catching any part of that, has to let it go. Jack Dakota may look him up. He's got a lot of chips, but it's only second pair. But he does decide to go and let that go. So Jack made the call just because he's got the chips to spare. So king and a 6, no help to Jack. So Gary, almost a full quadruple pretty much with all that pre-flop action. Pocket queens coming in handy there for Gary. Yeah, Nicholas, that's, like I said, that's kind of what I was saying was in tournament play, you got to hit your draws. You had a lot of straight draws, flush draws. I had just enough good hands to make calls here and there, but I don't ever beat anybody up on their play. It's not the kind of commentator I am, but I definitely call a spade to an extent sometimes. But I had said, talked about that you played pretty well. Nothing bad about your play at all. I just think you were caught in gross positions, which happens in tournament poker all the time. Yeah, go back and watch it. And thank you for being on the live stream. I had a lot of fun, and hope to see you back here on this feature table for tournaments or cash games or anything we have going on. I hope anybody who wants to get on the live stream eventually finds their way here. We've got a lot of stuff coming on, a lot of some new equipment, some new cameras. We're going to be really leaning into this live stream, and we're enjoying the heck out of it. All clubs on this flop here. Isaac does have the top pair. I'm going to bet it out to see where he lands, and it's going to be landing pretty well, as everybody's probably going to fold all the way around and pick up some much needed chips there for Isaac. 8 players here at this feature table. We keep it balanced just like a normal tournament table, so 16, 17 players left in the field. I see we stream, well, you're asking where do we stream? We stream to YouTube and Facebook both. We have a stream here in Fort Worth, Pokerhouse Fort Worth in Burleson, and another stream in Midland, Texas. Those are at Kojak's Poker Club. Those are some pretty spicy streams as well. We've got some big stuff coming up there that we'll be streaming. Also, you can find that stream by searching for Kojak's Poker Club. Just Kojak's Poker Club there in Midland. It's a long way away here from Burleson to Fort Worth. Trust me, I know I have to make that drive. Luong here going to flop top pair, ace-6. Going to be a miss for everyone else. He's going to bet 6,000. Winner's going to fold. And Lamont, ace-10. Does he want to float here? It's only 6,000. He's got 117 in his stack. Could afford to float, but we'll see what he wants to do here. He does go ahead and lay it down. So Luong shows top pair. And Lamont's going to see that floating there with the ace-10 would have been dangerous against the ace-6. Ace would have been a bad card for him. So Luan and Isaac, only one's under 6 figures in chips. Winner has gotten her stack, we said around 220, 230, built up to about 240. She's definitely in conserve mode here, letting some of these smaller stacks duke it out. Isaac here under the gun, can't find anything to get the rest of his chips in. Lets that one go, folds all the way around to Dakota. Looking down to pocket 10s. It's in the hijack, reaching for some raising chips. Raise it up to 15. No takers so far, all the way over to Luong, and he's going to get that one through and pick up some blinds there. Shows the hand, lets him know, hey, I'm not messing around. I had something. So Dakota came to the table with a couple 100,000 in chips. Him and Ship both had earned a lot of chips on the outer table. Brought them here and found themselves in the top chip positions. Maintaining it so far. Gary, he didn't bring a lot, but boy, he had those pocket queens and pretty much quadrupled up. Luong and Isaac in the blinds, battle of the blinds. Everyone folded around, both with the same hand. So let's see if any aggression takes the spoils here, or if we're just going to see a chop. That's what it's going to look like. They're going to turn over the same hand, and congratulations, everyone. Get their money back. So quite a few people in both chats. Lots of people in the chats talking. We do enjoy the interaction here at Pokerhouse at Fort Worth live on YouTube and Facebook. And I want to remind everyone, I'm going to do a quick, in case you are just listening, you can take a look at the screen now. I want to pop up that $20,000 zero entry tournament again. We've been harping on it all night, and that's because it's tomorrow, not the tournament, but the qualifier. We have 3 chances to get in this tournament. We already had one on August 3rd. We had 12 people qualify in the top 10% or top 15%. And this is our second of 3rd qualifiers. There's only 3 chances to get into this tournament. The second one is tomorrow. It's only a $25 entry fee. That's it. 3 p.m. tomorrow, $25. No rebuys, no add-ons. All of the chips that you have accrued by playing and participating in tournaments and cash games here at Pokerhouse Fort Worth for the month of August will help build your chip stack to play in this qualifier tomorrow. If you haven't been able to be at Pokerhouse Fort Worth in August, it's not a big deal. Everyone starts with 5,000 in chips, so you have a stack waiting on you. You definitely have a stack waiting on you that you can try to spin up for only $25. All you're trying to do is get into that top 15% and punch your ticket for the $20,000 zero entry tournament. Shanna, I'll take a look. I know you can get here. I'm not at a computer right now to see, but I can look it up here. But there is a registration period, so there definitely is some time to get here. It looks like we'll be taking registration until 5:10, so a little after 5 o'clock. Hopefully you get off work a little before 5, and you can still get in this tournament, Shanna. Dakota here under the gun, going to call 6,000 with the Jack 10 offsuit. Lamont middle position, going to call with the Ace 9. Chip in the small completes cheaply for the 4 deuce suited, and Jack checking his options 7-4 offsuit. So 4 players to a flop of Jack 6-6. No help to anybody but Dakota. Let's see if he's going to slow play this. I like it. Ace on the turn, not what he wants to see. Now it's going to be a little too late to bet, but he is going to bet anyway. Lamont probably going to be able to come along there. See, Shanna, you're good to go. Come play. It's only $25. If you played any tournaments in August, you're going to have some chips for those. I don't know if you've seen Ammo's stamp sheet, but if you don't, it doesn't matter. You still get 5,000 in chips just for being a member and coming up here to Poker House Fort Worth and playing in this tournament. Dakota going to see the bad news that he missed a bet there on that flop, and Lamont turns best with the aces. But I still don't hate that check. Under rep your hand once in a while. Take a gamble. So yeah, Shannon, for $25, come play into the qualifier tomorrow. He said it starts at 3. There's no rebuys, there's no add-ons, no nothing. $25 is all you can spend. And if you get in the top, you don't have to win the tournament. No one's trying to win the tournament tomorrow. You're just trying to get to the top 15%. As soon as that top 15% is hit, the tournament is over. And they all punch their ticket into that $20,000 zero-entry tournament in October. Folds around to Isaac here in the cutoff and raise up to $25,000 with the ace-king suited. Definitely going to thin this one out and take that walk, but with his stack, nothing wrong with that. Creeping up on that 100,000 mark. And you might have heard the beeping on the stream. That means the blinds are up, which means we are in for a bomb pot. This is the spice of this tournament. We saw the last bomb pot was nothing, but the one before that was a monster. Everyone had a little bit of something, just as bomb pots are notable for. It's a good way to make a lot of money and a fast way to lose a lot of money, as every card changes everything. And for those that don't know, it is a 4-card Omaha rules, high only, 2 boards. One board wins half the pot and the other board wins the other half of the pot. You must use 2 cards out of your hand for each board. You can use any 2 cards for each board, but you must use 2 out of your hand. That is Omaha rules. Very similar flops here. Let's see what people have. Winner here can bet 5,000. She's got top set of 10s with straight draw here as well. So winner's got that top board just hammered. And open-ended on the bottom with the 7-8. So she's going to bet that out. Lamont going to make the call with the 9-7 2 pair. Luong makes the call. Pocket queens. He can catch running clubs for an ace-high flush on either board as well. Pocket queens, not going to be any good on either board, though, right now. His winner has top set on both boards. Deuce of diamonds on the top, 3 of hearts, 2 absolute bricks for both of these boards. Dakota not really having much of anything. Turned an open-ender. No, he didn't either. Yeah, it's pretty rough. It's going to check all the way around. Surprised Dakota didn't hammer that there, but the problem is straights are a possibility, so I don't blame her really. And the river comes out, and winner's going to be good here. Dakota's going to see his trip threes and get a little excited, but without a boat, it's hard to do much of anything. Winner here filled up on the bottom board, so she's got to feel good about that one, but can't be too proud of that top one. But she does bet 50,000, and that's going to be enough to take this down a bit. I don't think anybody's going to be able to come along. Like I said, Dakota has tripped trays, but going to be about it. It's tough to. You could have the bottom board, but he's got to call 50,000. He's only going to make 20 at the end of the day. It's hard to call off when you're totally not sure, but he is going to make that call and see the terrible news as winner has scoop with the pocket 10s. Going to be good for both boards there. So tough one there for Dakota. Just got himself convinced that she might have been betting that top board and he could take that bottom one down. But she was using the 2 10s in her hand on both boards and good on both. So that's going to put Winter in a huge chip advantage, 323,000 in chips. Second place, Ship down to 175-ish. Dakota around 150. Gary about the same. Jack about the same. Lamont down a little bit, 130. Isaac and Luong both under 100K. Blinds are 4,000, 8,000. So things are going to start moving. We've got 8 players here at this feature table. We keep this table balanced just like any other poker tournament table. So there could be 15 left. There could be 16 left. Could be 17 left. But the blinds are starting to get up there to where we're going to be down to the final table probably pretty quick here. Hunter, you like the bomb pots? I like them too, but they're hard to commentate. You got a lot of cards to look at. Try to figure out and walk everybody along on who's got what. It's definitely something that's tough to do. We go to here in the small blind, folds around to him, going to try to take it away from Gary, raise it up to 16,000. Gary looking at King 3 suited. And he's looking at Dakota like, what are you doing, kiddo? But he is going to go ahead and lay it down. So Dakota getting himself some of those chips back he lost in that bomb pot. Still over 150,000 in his stack, doing just fine. Wearing perfect attire for the stream. The man knew he was going to be on there. Muscle shirt with the fantastic tattoo, sunglasses, hat on backwards. That's a stream look if I've ever seen one. Yeah, Hunter, that's want to scoop the bomb pots. So Luong and Isaac both going to be looking to get some double ups here pretty soon. Both having less than 10 bigs in their stack. Luong +1, going to call 8,000 with 9-10 offsuit. He thinks this one may be the one. Isaac with their short stack coming along with 10-7 suited. Jack, pocket 8s, wants to see a flop. Winner in the big blind checks her options, so we're going 4 ways. 10-9, 10-7, pocket 8s, Jack 7. So some train wreck cards here, all pretty similar. Ace, King 6, 2 hearts here. No good for any ones. So you might see this one at check around, and it does. 5 on the turn does give some hope. Jack here going to bet this one out with the pocket 8s. Yeah, it's not going to get any callers here, so good on Jack there to pick up the bet. Shows the pocket 8s. Think you're being fancy, but you're actually ahead in that hand. No one laid down an ace or a king. So Isaac and Luong can only limp in like that a few more times until they are getting committed to this. Like I said, these blinds are going up fairly quickly as they do in free rolls. Get a lot of chips to play and you get a lot of chances. But just like any tournament, those blinds go up, and they do go up a little more quickly in free rolls. but definitely a fun tournament that we have had lots of people show up for ever since we started it, and that's why we keep doing it on every Friday and Sunday here at Poker House Fort Worth. And have a good night, Shauna. Hunter, the tournament work tomorrow. If we have a sheet with the points we've accrued, that is exactly the point of the tournament. You bring that sheet in, and we will be sitting right here at this stream table, adding up your points sheets along with any cash games that you have played. And if you're in the top 25 tournament standings, you'll get an additional 5,000 in chips. Plus, for just being a member, you get the 25,000 in chips. And so when you come and check into the tournament, pay your $25. You'll come over to the table and we'll add up your sheet, and that will be your starting stack. And it could be a little, could be a lot, but it's just a normal tournament. So even if you don't have any chips, even if you don't have a stamp sheet, even if you don't come to Poker House Fort Worth very often, or you don't feel like you have any, doesn't matter. You still get 5,000 chips to start with. EJ, we were just talking about how many chips for tomorrow's tournament. It varies depending on your participation at Poker House Fort Worth in the month of August. So you're gonna have some players with a lot of chips. Don't get me wrong, but they have earned those chips by playing in the cash games, playing in a lot of tournaments. You get chips for every time you enter a tournament, every time you rebuy, every time you add on. And then if you played any cash games in the month of August, you got 500 chips per hour played. Lots of ways to get chips here at Poker House at Fort Worth for that qualifier. But even if you have none, you still have a great chance. It's only $25 to try to spin that up and get in that top 15%. I will tell you that on the August qualifier, we had 12 people qualify, and I know one of them only had like 7,000 in chips. I mean, he had like the base 5,000, and he'd played in just a few tournaments. And he made it all the way down to the final 15% and punched his ticket for that $20,000 free roll in October. So if you haven't played a lot, if you don't have a stamp sheet, if you've never had a stamp sheet here and you're never anything, it doesn't matter. You've got chips. And the blinds start at 100, 200. Oh, no, EJ, you got to be a member. That's why you start with the 5,000 in chips. We're just like any other property. You have to be a member to participate. So you do have to be a paid member. So if you do show up tomorrow, if you've never been here before, you still have to have a valid ID and fill out the membership and pay your daily rate of $10 or $30 for the month. But we do have discounted and free access for veterans, first responders, things like that, in case you apply, in case you have any of those qualifiers. But yeah, you still have to be you have to be a member. But by being a member and showing up, even if you haven't been here in August at all, you still start with that base at 5,000 in chips. And like I said, it's just a normal tournament. It starts at 100, 200, so you still have plenty of opportunity to try to spin that up. But it is definitely rewarding for the players who play here quite a bit. They get to start with a bigger stack that they've earned through playing in tournaments and cash games and things like that. But that doesn't mean that you can't get there. Like I said, we had 12 qualifiers last month, and I know one of them started with like 7,000 in chips. Not very much. Like I said, he just has a base membership, and then base 5,000. Then he played in a couple tournaments, had a few wheel spins, I think, for some high hands during a tournament, and got all the way to the final 15%. You don't have to win the tournament. You just got to get in the final 15%, and the tournament is over. All the 15%ers, they basically punch their ticket for that $20,000 tournament in October. So if you're going to come play, tomorrow's the day. $25. And of course, any memberships, like we discussed, but if you have a valid membership, it's only a $25 tournament. Folds around to Lamont here on the button. Going to call with king, queen, suited of spades. Luong. I wonder if I was looking through my notes here and missed a big pot there with Luong. I might have missed that. I thought he was short stacked earlier. Isaac still got 50,000 in chips. 7, 3, 6, 2 clubs here. No one having any clubs. Isaac Flops a pair of sixes with a gut shot. Action's on him thinking about it here. He does check. And Lamont could bet 25,000 at this one here. Does Isaac want to gamble? No, looks like he folded here as we wait for the graphics to catch up. And so Lamont's aggression going to take that one down. Oh, no, there was a call by Isaac. Sorry. Or did he? Yeah, EJ, it said freeze out, no rebuy, no entry. That's it. I mean, everybody's just it's just your one shot, $25, just getting that top 15%. It's like Dakota might have been in that hand. And some errors on the graphics there. But a decent pot anyway there for Lamont. Yeah, Luong there, while I was looking at my notes, he must have drug a pot. My apologies. He is out of the cellar into the penthouse. And I flat out missed it looking at my paperwork. We were talking about these tournaments, the women's tournament and the big tournament tomorrow. Talking about all the stuff coming up, and I missed the action in front of me, but it's kind of the joy of these streams is to interact with you guys and talk about all the stuff that's coming up here at Poker House Fort Worth. And plenty of opportunities to get here on the stream. Winner here in the hijack wants to see a flop with her queen, 6 of clubs, makes the call. Luong on the button with all these newfound chips. Ace 4 suited makes the call as well. Isaac, 7 deuce in the small blind. Not much more to him come along, so he does. Jack checking his options. We're going to go 4 ways to a flop here. Isaac really looking to connect with his 7 deuce. 6, 7, 8 of diamonds. And that's going to be the nuts for Luong, and he's going to check it. He flopped the ace high flush. Unfortunately here, not much for anyone else. Isaac only having a pair of sevens, lets that go. Jack, not anything. Winner, not having any clubs, just a third pair. Well, she's going to call with the 8,000 just because. Why not? So Luong found a price to find somebody to hook up. Deuce of diamonds on the river. That's going to be a complete action killer. Luong tries to bet anything. Winner gets out of the way, and Luong, I think he showed the flopped joint there. So he's definitely gone from short stack to the big stack. I said there are 7 people here at this table, but the blinds are 4,000, 8,000, and going up here pretty soon. So we're going to be at the final table here before you know it. I want to thank everyone that's been watching here on Poker House Fort Worth Live. And if you've been hanging out this long, don't go anywhere now. We're getting closer and closer to that final table. Let me pull up the live clock here. You're watching on a 15-minute delay, so no spoilers, but I can tell you we are paying 4 places tonight. Prize pool of $1,539, so first place is going to be a little over $600 tonight. Not bad. Not bad for a free roll tournament. Winner in the low jack calls. Luong in the cutoff calls. Button folds just in time for Jack in the small blind to wake up with pocket kings and raise this up to 19,000 to punish these limpers. Winner completes it with 7-4 suited. Luong is going to call as well. I see the women's tournament next Wednesday, September 11th. Right here at Poker House Fort Worth. $75 buy-in with a $50 add-on if you choose to do so during the break. And that's going to be at 7 p.m. next Wednesday. 3-8-3 on the flop. Jack C bets to take that one down and puts him over the 200,000 mark. So Isaac only got about 6-7 blinds left. He needs to find a hand to gamble with. Dakota creeping towards that 100,000 chip mark. This is hand number 75 for this $1,500 guaranteed free roll. We met the guarantee just barely tonight. A little slow here on this Friday night, but the cash games are out there. But there were some other tournaments in the area that big fans of, and had some participation over there. Kind of a one-time chance tournament down the road. So I expected us to have a lot of our players over there playing in that one, but we still made the guarantee and still had quite a few. We had 3 tables worth, so still proud of that fact. Jack going to play his button, King 9. Dakota and Gary both going to complete their blinds. So we're going to go 3 ways to this one. 7-9-5, rainbow here. Jack, top pair, King kicker. Goes check, check by the blinds. He's going to make this bet. Dakota with the Queen 10. You know, I thought he might call here, but there's really nothing out there. But he just feels like Jack's going to do this with anything, and he just can't trust him. And he does kind of fold a little bit disgustedly there. Like I said, he knows that Jack's going to bet pretty much anything there, and it just feels wrong to fold. But Dakota, even if you think they're bluffing, you got to have something, and that's what he comes to. And now it's the bomb pot. Every level change here on these Friday and Sunday night free roll tournaments. We have the bomb pots that go every level change. It is an anti-bomb pot. Everyone puts in half the small blind. 4 cards, 2 boards, Omaha rules, split pot between the 2 boards. So top board goes to one person, bottom board goes to another. And then once in a while, you see someone scoop both, just as we did the last one with Winter, or pocket 10s. Flopped a set on both boards. Made a boat on the bottom one, but it was good enough to win with just the set on the top one. And drug a big pot. So this is when the chips can shift. King 4-9 on this top one. 4-6-8 on the bottom. Now let's take a look and see what people have. Gary here, just a pair of 9s on the top board. Needing a 7 for a straight on the bottom. Goes ahead and checks his hand. Winter here, going to be betting 10,000. She's got King 4, 2 pair on the top, flush draw on the bottom, only a 5 high flush draw. Lamont calls because he's got the nut flush draw on the bottom. Luong calls as well. He's got a gut shot straight, 10 high club draw. Isaac calls with his pair of kings and bottom set. He's got a bottom set on the bottom. So he's going to be in the lead right now, but a lot of danger looming on these turns and rivers. A set can get you in a lot of trouble, especially if it's bottom set and bomb pots. Deuce of spades on the top, board pairing 8 on the bottom. So that's going to give Isaac the full house. No other player I see has an 8, so he's in good shape actually. So I don't really see how you can lose that bottom board, but we'll see. Gary did make a set on that top board, which is pretty good. It's pretty dry at board. King 9-4, but you got to watch out for pocket 9s and pocket 4s, obviously. Set over set's no good. And he does fold it. It's actually a really good fold for a bomb pot, believe it or not, guys. Dakota does move all in. King Jack 5-4. Man, that's a toughie. He's got the. He does have a diamond draw. But Winter here makes the call. No, she's got the club draw, but it's on a paired board, so she can't feel great about that. Isaac here, he's got the bottom board locked up, but it is scary. It's always scary to have the underboat on these bomb pots. So he's going to be all in for 110,000. So it's going to be a raise, but not enough to get either one of these players to fold, I don't think. So we had to update to the graphics here. Yeah, and there's the call by Winter and Dakota. So Winter here with just a pair of kings on the top. Dakota's got the lead with the king with the better kicker. Isaac's got a king with even a slower stepped kicker. Isaac could scoop with a 10 or a 6 on the top. And Winter and Dakota almost have identical holdings. Dakota's got it barely pipped with a jack there. So Dakota and Winter. I believe we got it all in. Yeah, Dakota went in and put in the rest of his, and he's not going to like to see this. Queen on the top, deuce on the bottom. It doesn't hurt anyone there. So Dakota's king jack going to hold. Oh no, it says 5-4 diamonds. His 5-4 diamonds didn't really need it. Still had a Winter outpipped with the kicker. So Dakota going to see the good news to see that his diamonds are going to be good there, and so Winter got half of her money back with a pair of kings on the side pot. But on the main pot, it's going to be split between Dakota It's going to be split between Dakota and Isaac here. Dealer Kevin explaining it here where these chips are going and why. Nothing towards these players in general, but part of the reason the bomb pots can get a little bit spicy here in the free rolls is a lot of these players just aren't used to bomb pots. Cash game players are used to dealer change bomb pots, but tournament players are not used to bomb pots. And so you get a lot of players that just don't understand that how much danger they can be in with their holdings. They don't have the experience to know that there's a lot out there. And things like king high flushes, smaller boats, like Isaac having the 6 full of 8s. If someone in the field had an 8, they can just river anything else in their hand. They've got 9 other outs to make a bigger boat than you with just 8 anything. And like I said, it's hard to lay down flushes, but the ace is out there somewhere, and they've got 3 other cards in their hand to try to have the same suit. So the key to bomb pots is knowing how to fold. That's the best piece of advice I can give anybody with the bomb pots. Is just if you have to figure out a way to call, that means you should probably fold. Four ways to a flop here: queen, queen, 6. Winter here having best with the 6s. That is it. Lamont does have the 7 high flush draw. Eight on the turn. It does give Lamont the flush. Gary's going to make the call with the 8, though. I'm sorry, Gary bet it. Lamont, did he raise it? Or he just made a smooth call there. Dakota getting out of the way. So Gary here looking for a queen or an 8. Not going to get it. Let's see. Gary's going to slow down here. He knows that the 8's probably not good. Lamont betting only 15,000. See if he can get extract just any kind of value. And I bet 20. See if he can get any value out of Gary. Gary makes the call, so he found the perfect amount to get Gary to put in a little bit more, which, in my opinion, is hard to do with a man that plays like Gary. It's hard to get chips from that guy. He is a stone. But Lamont found the good enough price to get those chips. Jeff, there is no free roll tomorrow at noon. It is not on our poker atlas. At least it better not be. I say that. Let me double check. No, it is not on our poker atlas. The tournament starts at 3 o'clock, and we need every seat in the house. We had 77 players last time, and I think we're going to have more interest. Even more people show up this time, as people have been more and more excited about getting qualified for that $20,000 free roll. So no noon tournament tomorrow. Just get here. We'll have some people here, so you can get here whenever you want, but the earlier the better, so we can get the chip stacks calculated and put together. Isaac here in the middle position finds the pocket king. He's going to raise this one up massive. He just doesn't want anyone to play on this one and take down the blinds with the pocket kings. Lamont's actually thinking about it. Lamont with the ace-8 of clubs. Put it together, Lamont. There you go. He wanted to, but he knew exactly what he had. Kings or aces, and that's it. But picking up blinds at this stage in the tournament, nothing wrong with that. Gives himself another orbit there. And he's crept himself up over the 200K mark. So winner, Isaac, Jack, all at or a little above the 200K. Luong still way ahead with a 318,000 stack. Lamont, just north of 150. Dakota, just north of 100. And Gary, down to about 75,000. Jeff, maybe. It depends on how many people show up. I don't hate it. I don't mind it. But I will be shutting down the cash games once we start the tournament because I could need all of the tables. So I won't shut it down if I don't need it. But if we get to a point to where I do need it, I will shut down the cash game because this is a once-a-month event that has been well planned. So that is up to the players. And if we do start the cash game, we will say that it could be shut down in lieu of the tournament. Isaac, under the gun, waking up with the same hand. And he's just going to go on for the 200,000 and just say, let me have 2 in a row. And that's exactly what happens here. So 2 sets of blinds there. So those are the pocket kings again. A lot of fun, back-to-back kings. So yeah, Jeff, if I've got some players that want to play cash while we're getting everybody signed up and getting the tournament going, I'll leave it going as long as I can. And if I don't need that cash table, I'll let it keep going. I don't mind. But if I end up needing that table, I will shut down the cash game for this qualifier because this is a once-a-month thing. This is the only day that these people can qualify. And I don't want people to miss out on being able to qualify because I've got a cash game going. So they're more than welcome to play, but it will be with the caveat that if I need that table, they're going to have to rack it up. Lines are 5 and 10,000. Things are going to be moving quick. Things are going to be moving quick from this point forward. So stay tuned and buckled in as you're starting to see a lot more folds at pre-flop. Jack here under the gun going to call with the queen at 10 offsuit. Luong, small blind, wakes up with pocket jacks. Looks like he's going to raise this one up. And Isaac with ace king. And he just ships it 3 times in a row. And he's going to be looked up here by Luong. 100%. I mean, it just is what it is. So we're off to the races for 217, 400K in the middle. Big flip here. Big flip for, I'll let Kevin make the count here to double check, but it should be, it's going to be well over, it's going to be over 400K.
All right, I might be out of here, so.
Isaac all in 3 hands in a row with a lot of chips. But he's had the hand, pocket kings twice in a row, and now ace king. So, I mean, it's funny, but it's all he's also had it. So, But Luong can't stand 3 times in a row with pocket jacks. And he makes this call for a $440,000 pot on a coin flip here. Ace King up against pocket jacks. Dealer Kevin, 4, 10, 7, no help. Needs running diamonds, not going to get there. Ace or King, not happening. And Isaac got 3 monsters in a row, and the last one bidding. Luong, monster stack. Monster stack for Luong. Isaac did nothing wrong. You can argue either way there. He's got 20 bigs with Ace King. Why invest a large percentage of your stack pre-flop? So I don't hate the play at all. You got kings twice in a row, all in. Picked up 2 different blind sets, and then got Ace King and did it again after Luong had raised. But in retrospect, you can just call Luong's raise there and see a flop and then be able to get away from it. But you know what? This is a free roll. These guys are playing to win. And it would have been a monster pot if he would have spiked an ace or a king. But instead, no help. And Luong has a death grip on this feature table. Double the second place stack. Lamont making the call in the cutoff. King 5 suited. Luong with all these newfound chips makes the call on the button. Queen 6 suited. Jack, big blind, checks his option. 9-8 offsuit. 4, queen, king, all 3 hearts. Jack, the only one with a heart, but it's not a great one. Checks around. Another king, another queen on the turn. Luong is going to take the lead with trip queens, and Lamont's going to be the one grabbing for chips, betting this out since he has the top pair king. Bets 10,000. Luong makes the call. Slow playing the queen. The river's a 6, so you could see Lamont bet here. Now he does check it. Luong is going to bet this here as he makes a boat on the river, and Lamont's going to look it up because Luong is way under repped. And he sees the laugh there and gives him a nod. You know, that could have been one of those scenarios there that I don't know if he got paid for it, but he could have acted like he needed another heart and really overbet that river and put Lamont in the blender. Instead, he bets just enough where Lamont doesn't have to think twice about calling, because Luong was definitely underrepresented there. And so then there were 6, getting closer and closer to this final table. Still quite a few people in the chat. Hopefully whoever you are rooting on is still in. We'll find out everybody that's still in is when we lose 1 or 2 more players. We're down to the final table here on this live stream. Gary under the gun. King, Jack of clubs makes the call. Winner going to immediately raise this one up with Ace King suited, 50,000. And you know, 50,000 seems like a lot, but it's not. You know, it's 5x. But with stack sizing, 50,000 is huge. Pot committing. Like I said, I don't hate that raise at all, especially with Ace King suited. It's just for those that have been watching the stream, 50,000 seems like a massive overbet, but it's only 5x. It's not going too crazy, but the blinds are going up 5,000, 10,000. So 50,000 is definitely within 3 betting range for sure. But unfortunately for these chip stacks, it's just so committing, which she was willing to do. Luong here got just almost about what the next 3 chip stacks have combined. 575 for Luong. Winner, Jack and Lamont. Or winner and Jack around 200,000. Lamont just over 100. Winter folds Lamont and Luong folding around. Jack on the button. It's like he folded the button. Now it's going to be the battle of the blinds. Let the graphics play catch up here. when things move this quickly late. Sometimes the graphics take a moment to catch up as the dealer communicates. And it looks like Dakota and Gary saw a flop. Gary liked what he saw bet, and Dakota said, "I'm not messing with this gentleman." So 6 players left here at this feature table. That means there's probably 11 players left, so we need to just lose just 2 more players, and we'll have the final table after a quick break whenever they draw for seats and reshuffle for the final table. Lamont here under the gun, letting this one go. Luong, your massive chip leader, just calls with 10-8 of diamonds. Folds all the way around to a winner who's going to check her option. Dakota on the button did come along as well with 8-7, but I thought it was fine fold. He might have folded. No, he's got cards. So 3 ways to a flop. Deuce, tray, 7. Top pair for Dakota. Bottom pair for winner who does check. Luong doesn't want to take a stab at it. And Dakota does, and everyone else folds. Yeah, Dakota just went all in for his last 100,000. He tries to end the hand right there. Don't blame him. And you can hear that buzzer in the background. That means we are coming up on the bomb pot right after this hand. Actually, it sounds like there's a player break. Yeah, so that's going to be a player break coming up after this hand. So don't go anywhere. We're going to see who makes this final table and who takes home cash on this Friday night $1,500 guaranteed free roll with the bomb pots. Dakota goes all in for 100,000 with the queen, jack offsuit. Falls all around to Jack, who had called the 10,000, but 100,000 more than him with just Jack 10. He thinks maybe that his cards are alive. That's why he's maybe thinking about this, but unfortunately, in this scenario, they are not. He's in a pretty bad position, actually. But Jack 10's good a lot of the times. Live cards, maybe two overs, 2 of 9s, 8s, 7s. Even if you're up against Ace King, Ace Queen, you've got live cards. But this time Dakota's pretty much at the bottom of his range. But either way, Jack's going to hold on to his chips and let that one go. Smart move. And Dakota shows him the hand, much to his relief, because he'd have been way behind there. So the players are going to go on a quick break. We're going to color up some of the chips. We're going to be getting to the final table soon. And one more look here at this $20,000 free roll. That's tomorrow at 3 p.m. The qualifier tomorrow at 3 p.m. Trying to get into this $20,000 zero entry tournament coming up on October 12th. The only way to get into this tournament is to place in the top 15% of one of our qualifiers. We've already had one. This is the second of third. Oh, and then we have a new graphic here. Okay, for the women's tournament. This is what we were talking about in chat earlier also. Wednesday, September 11th at 7 p.m. There was enough chatter about it that Lorenzo got one up there for you guys. Registration's open until 8:30 p.m. Tournament starts at 7. It's only a $75 buy-in. $75 buy-in. You can re-enter if you go bust. Optional $10 staff appreciation for 10,000 in chips. And then at the end of registration, there'll be an add-on for $50 for 50,000 in chips. So again, $1,000 guaranteed women's tournament next Wednesday at 7 p.m. for those asking about it earlier. And we'll talk more about that and take you all the way down to the winner here at Poker House Fort Worth live on YouTube and Facebook. Thanks for tuning in. Do not go anywhere. The action is going to be speeding up, getting down to the end, and we get to see who takes away the top cash prizes tonight on this Friday night. And we'll see you here shortly. Welcome back here to Poker House Fort Worth Live. Had to take a quick step away as we reached the final table. No spoilers, but that just means it's coming up quickly for you guys. As we see Gary here all in. Lamont makes the call, and winner checks her option. 5-9 queen, 2 spades. Check, check. Winner's got top pair of queens. Spades gets there on the turn. No one have a spade but winner, so she's going to have this one all locked up. No, actually, Lamont makes the straight on the river. Didn't even see that 8. He's going to make that bet. So, yeah, so we see Gary missing out on the final table here. Well played, Mr. Gary. Definitely great to see him here on the live stream, but just bubbles out on the final table. So players will be going to the final table, so hang in there. And we are going to cut away as they draw for the final table and get the chip stacks. It will not be that long, so stay tuned. And we'll be bringing you the final table of the $1,500 guaranteed bomb pot free roll here in just a few minutes. And we are here with the final table here at this $1,500 guaranteed free roll with the bomb pots. And here in the booth with me, I have Sigma. Everybody knows Sigma from the streams.
Hey, how's it going out there?
Sigma here going to follow through on this. And right when we're looking in here, Jack here betting 70,000 with his two pair. Paul debating, does he want to put in the rest of his stack on this diamond draw? You know, you're only paying 4 spots here, Sigma, but he does fold it. Wow, folding 66K. He's only got 3 bigs. Didn't want to gamble there. I mean, he's playing the stack here. Yeah, Hunter, we are back here with this final table. Tina in the box. All 9 players here. Only I think 4 are getting paid. Let me pull up the payouts here. Yeah, 4 players, a little over $600 up top. So half of this table going to be getting a handshake for their efforts. Sigma, you've been at this table before.
Yeah, looks familiar.
Ship here in the cutoff going to call the 28,000 with the ace-9 offsuit. Luong's been on fire. He's lost a little bit of his chips. He had over $500,000 earlier. And we're going to go, looks like 3 ways to a flop here. King 8 ace Ship with the top pair. And he's going to slow play it. Pretty good move. So now there's 3 clubs on the board. Ship does have the best club. He's going to bet 55,000 into this on this turn card. Luong coming along. He's open-ended. A little bit of a rough play there. Doesn't quite get there. And Ship just going to turn his cards over. Doesn't want to bet again just in case he does have the flush. And that's going to be a big pot. He's over 680,000 now. See the chip stacks there. So Ship in the chip lead, a little over 680,000. Jack 460, Luong 280, Dakota and Lamont both around the 250, 260 mark. Demora just under, and then Mike, Winner, and Paul. Winner and Paul definitely in all in or fold territory. The blinds are 10 and 20,000. Free rolls, the blinds go up a little bit steeper. So you know, as a tournament player, when you start getting 20 bigs and below, it's time to start looking for a spot to go all in. But whenever in these free rolls that goes up so quickly, Everyone's only got about 10 or 20 blinds.
Yeah. It's funny. Reese is in shock sitting next to me here because he's never seen me not say anything this long.
Well, he's got to get acclimated to what's going on
Yeah,
here.
just I didn't wear my computer glasses either, so it's harder to see. But it would have been nice to have all these chip counts on the screen in front of us when I punted my stack there a couple weeks ago.
We have all been there. You have to just look around, but chip awareness is part of a tournament. Knowing where your opponents stand, it helps you bet it. You know how much you want to bet into them, setting them up for if to put them at a choice for all their chips. You don't want to see a person calling 60,000 when they've only got 100 in front of them. It's going to be hard to get them to fold when they've already put in a majority of their stack. So it's just like regular any kind of other poker. Chip stacks definitely matter on whenever you're trying to make moves and or bet. Paul here went all in with ace queen, and here he's going to do it again with the pocket nines. Nothing going around. You see a lot of folding pre-flop when you get to this stage of a tournament. Blinds are so large, no one wants to go out this close to the bubble. So Paul, 2 hands in a row there, getting the chips all in, but picking up all the small and the big blind twice, which is huge, 30,000 chips, and buys him a full couple orbits there.
So what's the structure of this tournament? I didn't pay attention.
10-20 right now.
Yeah.
10,000, 20,000.
And this is
No ante.
What's the buy-in and the
This one's the free roll, the Friday night free roll.
right? And it has bomb pots every.
That bomb pots every level change. That's right.
All right.
So we have rebuys for $25, and then we have some add-ons for $50 or $75. So a lot of these players in for typically anywhere from $75 to $100 a piece. But like I said, it is a free roll, so it does vary depending on how they played. Jack here in the low jack's going to call. Mike's going to come along as well. Dakota going to complete the small, and winner checks her option on the big. So 4 players to a flop, which is going to be a pretty big pot, 80,000 in the pot. Ace 10 8. No real help to anyone. Open-ended for Jack. Checks around. Another ace on the turn, but that's going to be 2 spades for Mike to pick up the flush draw. You may see him stab here. No, yeah, the Mike, yeah, he does stab here on the button with the spade draw, and it's gonna be a hard call here for Jack. Might be the only one that calls open-ended. Paired board, so he's looking at it, but Jack's pretty conservative, so he does lay it down. So good bet there by Mike. We've seen him on stream quite a bit. He's a good tournament poker player here at Poker House Fort Worth. We've had a few new faces today, but Mike is definitely not a new player here at Poker House Fort Worth.
It's amazing one card can change it there because Jack could have taken a stab there on the flop with the open ender and he probably would have got it through. But when spade comes and it changes everything.
Now the old saying that poker hindsight is 20/20. When you're watching a live stream like we are, it's definitely incredible to see the things that could have been different if someone would have just bet or if someone would have just called. How much difference there really is with every single move.
Well, one thing I've noticed playing tournaments lately is almost every time someone gets there on the river, I'm thinking, you know what, if I would have made a big bet on the turn, then it would have ended the hand.
Absolutely. So Lamont under the gun, limps in under the gun. Tough position to do here. DeMoria in the hijack. Ace-King going to raise it up to 60. And that's a pretty big raise. Of course, you want to do that with Ace-King. Paul would get up with nothing but a big blind. But I don't think you're going to see Lamont. He's only got 230,000 in his stack. 40,000 more to him, which is going to be about a sixth of his chips with King-Jack offsuit. But, DeMoria, I don't think we've seen DeMoria on stream before. We saw his better half earlier. And she won a tournament a few weeks ago here at Poker House Fort Worth. I don't know who's better, him or her. But he is at the final table right now.
Both of them are going to say her. He wants to stay out of trouble.
That's true. And he's going to spike that ace, bet it out, and Lamont's instantly going to fold. So he's going to pick up a healthy pot there. Darn near double up with the blinds and the limp in there. That's the problem when you have 9 players still, or 8 players at this point, and the blinds are this high. Every pot's a big pot in retrospect. And the levels did go up, and so it is time for the bomb pot. So you've been playing a lot of bomb pots in the cash games, every dealer change. You know how these work. And now you get to see how hard it is to commentate when everyone has 4 cards apiece.
Well, it's actually a lot easier that they put the percentages there. I was actually watching a live stream out of California where they didn't even know how to put the percentages up there.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, you can see the percentages, so you can kind of see who's got what. But the problem is there's so many outs that sometimes even the percentages get confusing.
Yeah.
Because you know how bomb pots change literally with every street. And the biggest thing I was talking about earlier with these bomb pots in this free roll tournament, we do this on Fridays and Sundays. A lot of these players don't play a lot of cash, so they don't have a lot of bomb pot experience. So you see a lot of players just get ruined in these bomb pots because they just don't quite have the experience yet. And but that just adds a little bit of spice to this tournament. And the players do love it, but boy, you can tell who's used to bomb pots and who is not. It's a toughie.
When I started here a few months ago, I had never played a bomb pot. And I think every session that I was winning was wiped out by bomb pots. So it took a while to learn.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you see Lamont here at top set, 2 diamonds on the board. You're going to see him probably bet this one out. Paul checked his option. Queen, Jack, 10. So Lamont's going to bet 58,000 here. Ship, pocket 5's bottom set on that top board, but it's a very coordinated top board. So it's hard to come along with the set here every time, especially when it's bottom set, because you can get underboated real quickly. But he's going to call anyway. Top pair on the bottom set on the top. Nope, very intelligent fold there by Ship. Luong, pocket aces. He's got the ace of hearts and the 5 of hearts, giving him the nut flush draw on the top. He should surely be coming along here, and he does.
Give me Lamont's hand, though.
Yeah. I'm telling you, stay ahead. Try to stay ahead.
Yeah.
Demoria, Queen, Jack. Queen, Jack, Jack 6. I don't see much, but he's going to come along anyway. And Mike, 6, 7, 8. He's got a lot of straight opportunities here. He's going to come along. Dakota, ace, 10, 7, 6. 2 pair on the top. But yeah, he does lay that down. It looks good, but it's not that great. Winner lays her hand down. Paul here, he's got some gut shots, but he lets that one go. So we're still going to be 4 ways, and here we are, bomb pots, 270,000 in the middle, which is going to be good enough for almost a 3rd or 4th place stack. So this is why the bomb pots are spicy for this tournament. Ace on the turn on the top, board pairing 3 on the bottom.
See, now this never happens when I'm playing bomb pots. The guy with the top set boats up. That's usually when it straightens more. And the one with the straight, that's when the pairs, right? So this has worked out perfect for Lamont.
Yeah, Lamont is in the catbird seat for sure with that ace 8, 9, but he's all in for 131. Luong, who flopped a top set of aces on the top, he's not going to go anywhere, even though he should be kind of scared of a straight up there. But it is going to get everybody else out. And so you're going to see this one go chop chop unless Luong can spike an 8 or a 6. No, he can't. He's got to spike an ace on the bottom. Lamont's already got the boat. So Luong ace on the bottom. Oh, it happened. So, that's going to be unless the cards aren't right.
Still a chop, right? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Does he have the straight?
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8. Oh gosh.
Lamont got saved.
Okay.
Yeah, so he had both boards locked up and he basically.
Okay. I thought he had a. I was looking at it backwards.
It could have been worse. I guess you couldn't really pair that other board.
No. It wouldn't have mattered. He had the straight. Well, no, he could have paired the top.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so he did have some outs there, but.
No, that's crazy. So Lamont, to speak of him, while we're talking about him, there's a lot of guys I get to play cash with, and he's one of my favorites to play with. Real jovial. Never see him get upset about a bad beat. Not that anybody would know anything about that, because sometimes I flip out a little bit. But the next day I forget about it, and I'm friends with everybody here, so it's fun.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. When Lamont joined the feature table, I said I've got a list of secret favorites here at Poker House Fort Worth, and he's definitely on there just because of his attitude, just because how much he's here, and he's a joy to be around.
I would tilt a lot less if I had his attitude, that's for sure.
Looks like Mike here at Mexico. The blinds are up 15-30. They are not being friendly anymore. Now we're really getting into the all-in or fold territory. And speaking of which, here's Paul in the small blind. Going to put in the rest of his chips with the ace, king, off suit after 3 callers in front of him. So he's looking at a double up even if they just fold. That's where we're at in this tournament. It's getting down to that level. Lamont obviously going to fold the 7 deuce. It's only 60K more. Jack has the chips to spare, sitting at over 400K, but it's hard to call off even 60K more with just King 10 offsuit, especially when you have 2 people to act behind you.
And you can easily be dominated too.
Oh, yeah, especially because Paul's got exactly what he doesn't want to see as ace king.
Yeah. Jack's a real solid player anyways.
Yeah, Mike kind of in the same position here, but Mike just say screw it and just, because he's short stacked and he's already committed 30,000 of his stack, so he's just going to go ahead and get ready to flip for his life. Dakota 200K
might bring him in.
Yeah, he's getting some value. You could think your cards are possibly live up against an ace king or pocket pairs, but he does make the good lay down there. It's ace king versus ace 8. Mike's going to see the bad news here. We're going to catch a lot of spades or an 8 here to eliminate a player. Otherwise, he's going to be the one on the life support.
Yeah, see, I would have figured out the pot odds on that queen jack and called and missed. So that guy's better than I am.
It's you can be up against ace queens, ace jacks a lot of the time too. But
yeah.
There is
see,
an
queen
8
jack's
right
garbage.
on the flop.
Yeah.
Only a king. So Paul eliminated from the dominating position with the ace king, and that's how tournaments usually go for me.
And we see him saying he would have flopped a straight.
Yeah. Yeah. So
that's the fun about poker.
Oh yeah. Dakota would have flopped them both dead. That's hard to do.
That's how I got knocked out tonight. I had 10-9 and someone had ace king and it flopped Broadway.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, Paul got it in best, and not much else you can do with poker on that one. So good to Paul to make it to this final table, and got it in best. That's all you can do at this, especially at this stage. Whenever we're getting down to the nitty gritty. So Jack's had a pretty good tournament so far. He's been at the feature table for the majority of the time. He was real quiet for the first section of the tournament before the break. Didn't catch a lot of cards, but I bet he probably drug in 80% of the pots he was involved in. Like he picked and chose his spots, and that's that. When you can do that in tournament poker, you're going to be okay. Winter finds her spot here on the button, put in the last of her stack with ace jack offsuit. I don't think she has enough for Mike to be able to fold. Mike's probably going to be forced to call ship here. He's got a lot of chips, and it's only, well, no, it's a good chunk. She's still got 141,000. He's going to lay it down. I thought she had less than that, but she had enough to have some fold equity, and that's what's important in tournament play, is to not let yourself get down to a point to where you lose any of your folding equity against your opponents, to where you go all in and you got 3 callers just because you don't have any chips. I mean, it's just nothing for them to call.
Wasn't it Mike that just hit the ace 8 last hand? You probably didn't want to push his luck with ace 7.
No, probably
Sometimes
not.
you're like, let's not tempt it.
Yeah, we just got these chips. Let's not put them at risk. So ship here still with a pretty sizable chip lead, but 1 or 2 coin flips. Part of the problem also when you're a chip leader, you start picking up good hands like your ace kings, pocket pairs, things like that to try to put out some of these small stacks, and all of a sudden you've lost 3 or 4 coin flips in a row, and you're down, half of where you were. That's also a pitfall of tournament play.
Where were you an hour and a half ago? You would have helped me save a lot of chips.
It's something you can count on every single time. Is when it gets down to the coin flips, you got to win them in tournament play. Deuce 4-8 rainbow here. Ship, the only one that connects here with top pair, and going to lead out like he has it, 65,000. And I think it's just too late for any of these other stacks to float for that much money, and it's going to work immediately. So the rich do get richer there, but he was in the small blind and wins it with 10-8 because it wasn't a raised pot. There's the ratio of stacks to blinds. It's hard to make a raise at all. I mean, the blinds are 15-30. You got to commit 60,000, and you got 7 out of these 9 that's a fifth of their stack, if not half. So it's either all in or fold at this point for a lot of these guys.
So I'm trying to figure out if the players that are wearing the sunglasses at the table, it's because of the lighting or it's because of Ship's shirt.
It could be either or for sure. It's bright under those lights. We'll just say that. But Demoria here under the gun, ace king suited. Looks like he raised 60 min raise. And Winter gonna ship her chips in here, and gonna be free rolling with the diamonds for Demora. He's not gonna fold. Winter is making a count out just to see if she wants to call or go all in.
So even though Paul's out, we can still hear him in the background. I don't think
Oh,
he's
yeah.
left the building yet.
No. He's in the building. You can hear him anywhere.
I can still hear him 15 minutes in the future, too.
She's kind of with the chips here. I don't know if she wants to call or just go ahead and chip. She does go ahead and put it all in. Yeah, you can't just call there with ace king. You got to go ahead and put it in. I know she has over 200,000 in chips, but you're still going to be putting in way too much of your stack to not write it out and just miss the flop. And your opponent could miss it as well with an ace queen or ace jack. Now Luong here, he doesn't have a whole lot of chips, but he's looking at an ace and a free opportunity to triple up here. And he does let it go. And Demora is going to make that easy call. So we're going to see the same hand, unless a lot of diamonds make their way out.
Reese, what do you like better, 2 flush draws or 1?
I'll take the 1.
Yeah.
So no help to either player here. Swap that turn and river and being a sweat for winner. But yeah, that's what another one of my commentating partners in West Texas, he says, now the other ace kings ahead, they got 2 flush draws to their 1.
Yeah. Well, I think it's like 2% to 1%, but pretty much a chop 97-8% of the time. Or something.
And you go to the books and you go to the internet and things, and they'll tell you that just because a hand is suited, it actually only increases anything by just a few percent.
Yeah.
But people overvalue suited cards like it makes that big of a difference. But mathematically, it doesn't make that big of a difference just because cards are suited.
That's why I like 5-3 offsuit better than 5-3 suited, because you can lose a lot of money in a cash game if you hit your flush.
You're not wrong there. I've seen that happen a lot. And I like playing little, suited cards, things like that. But you definitely don't want to do it at a full ring table because the odds of losing a lot of money to a flush do increase quite a bit.
It's funny. I like the connected lower cards better than the higher ones because there's less of them in people's hands typically.
Absolutely.
If you flop a queen 9, you get 2 pair. Probably someone's got a straight.
Right. No, it's absolutely true. Mike here under the gun, ace deuce offsuit. Let's see if he falls in love with that ace. He does not, and he goes and lays that down. Dakota, I've seen him make some big laydowns earlier before you got into the booth. He definitely, I've never seen him play before until tonight, but definitely has some tournament chops. So let's see how he performs from here on out. But I didn't get this far. Luong just going to complete the small blind. Demoria is going to put him to the test and put the rest of him in. And if you're Luong here, if you put up the 15,000 to call, yeah, you might as well throw in the rest of the 68. 7-5 suited. That's my favorite hand. You know that?
Wow.
7-5 suited.
Okay. Mine's whatever wins the hand. I don't marry any of them.
I flopped a 3-4-6 straight when I was young.
Oh.
Very, very young.
Okay.
My very first big pot ever. I had pocket threes and flopped a set.
Well, my favorite one that I play that's weird is probably Jack 4 of spades.
That one specifically won you a lot of money?
At WinStar, there was a guy in first position raised to 17 in a 1-2 table with ace jack, and everybody at the table
And look
called.
at this. The jack, the 5-7 comes through.
Well, so far.
Another diamond. Nope, it doesn't happen. So Luong stays alive. Fantastic. Tough for Demoria, but you just can't ask for better. Got pocket tens against 2 undercards.
It's a good thing he trapped it by limping and then calling. Got him good.
So the guy at WinStar did what with this?
Yeah, so he overplayed ace jack in first position, $17. The whole table called. I don't know why. And I'm in the big blind with Jack 4 of spades, and I learned pot odds, so I thought, well, I have to call. And the flop came out Jack 4. So I checked, and the guy in first position shoved for 500, and I snapped him off. Everybody else folded, and then he started berating me for the next half hour how bad I play. So I thought it was fun. So I always like that hand, especially that suit.
One of my favorite things, because I mean, I don't get to play poker very often, but there's been several times in my life where someone's like, man, how do you play that? Or, man, I can't believe you called me there. It's inevitable if you play poker. And I just tell people, man, it's okay. Once you've been playing for a while, you see stuff, but I understand you're kind of new to the game. Yeah, but I promise you, people call with trash all the time, and they're like, "Oh, I've been playing for 25 years." I'm like, "Oh, I couldn't tell, sir. I apologize."
All I do now, it seems to diffuse or light a fuse under them, is I just tell them that I have a book out, and it has one chapter in it, and it's called "Know When It's Coming," and that's my excuse for all my bad
There you
play.
go. I knew it was coming.
And if you did read that chapter, then you wouldn't have to learn any of the other stuff about poker.
Too funny here. King 10-4. Interesting here. With three people in the flippers, we got 90K in the pot. 105 total with a small blind. I'm surprised Lamont's not betting quite yet. But the clubs do get there. And can Lamont find a fold with the three clubs out there? Because Jack doesn't mess around very much. And he does. He does get away from that second pair. But again, if he'd have bet that flop out, that would have been it. So this is that part of the tournament where you have to make moves. The blinds are so valuable. If you catch a piece, you need to fire out and see if you can take it down there. Slow playing can only get things worse, especially when you have these larger chip stacks that can afford a bullet or two on the turn or river. Ship still sitting at the top of 736,000, almost a full 300K above second place Jack, and then downhill from there. Now I know you don't get a choice but in tournaments, but do you have a favorite seat in cash games?
Yeah, I like to sit on the end. So it would be either seat 2 or 3 or 7 or 8. I like to be able to have everything in front of me. So when you're in the middle, you feel like you're looking both ways and it's distracting.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then 1 and 9, you can't see around the dealer half the time.
Yeah. I like the leg room, so I prefer the end of the table as well. I feel like I'm squished in the middle seats or up against the dealer for sure, against the dealer.
I have a fondness for seat 9 now too until the very last hand. It was fun.
Doing good till the last one.
Yeah, it was great.
6, 8, 10 here, Dakota middle pair. This was a small blind versus a big blind hand. Dakota here going to bet this one out, and Mike, unless he wants to make a move, going to let this one go, and he does.
So, Reese, when you're playing poker, do you look at how people are dressed and think that that's going to tell you anything? Or like people say that, they used to say that 20 years ago, but I think people can play any style they want.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how they're dressed anymore. But you know what the new tell is how they stack their chips and handle their chips.
Okay.
That's the new tell.
I thought you were saying Nutella. I get it.
No.
Okay, good. That's making me hungry now.
Yeah, I've seen too many poorly dressed people at the poker table, or sandals or flip-flops and things like that. It doesn't mean anything anymore. Used to, back when I was playing poker, sports jerseys, sunglasses, backpacks, all that stuff. Everybody who thought they were great at poker wore some sort of jersey, whether basketball or football or whatever. And people that had backpacks. But now it does make a difference now. But what you can do is look at how they stack or handle their chips. That they can tell you how long they've sat at a poker table.
Yeah.
So Battle of the Blinds again, same story as usual when the blinds are this high. Jack 10 to the aggressor go the spoils on this one. Dakota is open-ended.
See, I'd like to see Dakota bet out here.
6 on the turn. Does bring the spade. Winter having the 4 of spades, Dakota having 9. He's going to bet out this time. And Winter taking a look to see if that spade was the ace or not. It wasn't, so she lets that one go. So Dakota's chipped up pretty well in these last couple hands just because of the blinds.
Yeah, they tell you aggression in poker is important. There's a lot of pots that are up for grab that you shouldn't win.
Yeah.
And if you don't have aggression, of course, I don't know. I have a face for bluffing. Apparently, everybody always calls me anyways. Like ace high is always good.
And we've already made it through another level here, and now we're at the bomb pot. And the bomb pots are half the small blind. So we're going to have 80,000 in the middle here on this bomb pot. They are getting crazy valuable here.
Yeah, we never play for 80,000 on the cash table, that's for sure.
No, and I'm okay with that, I'll be honest.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, I think my wife would be happier if I don't.
So dealer Kevin here going to deal out 4 cards. For those that don't know or haven't really paid attention, the bomb pots, every level change, just like in the cash games. When the dealer change bomb pot, you get 4 cards. Omaha rules, 2 boards. One board is half the pot. The other board is the other half of the pot. You must play 2 cards in your hand. You must play 2 cards. You can play any 2 cards for either board, but you have to play 2 cards, no more, no less, in your hand. That's Omaha rules.
I've seen new players come in. They have 4 deuces dealt to them, and they say they have quads on both boards.
I've seen too many people lose money that way.
Yeah, not good.
They have the ace of spades in their hand, and there's 4 spades out there, and like, oh, I got a flush. No, sir, you have no other spades in your hand, just the one. So pretty polarizing boards here. 6 deuce jack, 5-10 3. Usually with boards this uncoordinated, you're just trying to avoid set over sets, that sort of thing, or turn straights. There is flush draws on the there's spade flush draws on the bottom, which Jack does have the queen high. And it looks like he's reaching for chips. He's got top pair and the queen high flush draw on the bottom. He's got 2 pair actually on the top board. Jacks and deuces. 80,000, which is going to be a lot for a lot of these players.
There we go. Now we're starting to see the percentages on there. That's what I'm used to. Makes it a lot easier to find the good hands.
Yeah, Mike here going to be 2 pair, open-ended, lays it down. Like I said, it's just too much to commit. 80,000 for almost any of these stacks is a quarter minimal.
You know, a lot of times when I'm playing cash, I'll just fold a good hand in the bomb pots because there's just too many outs that can come, and it can ruin a whole session. And they could probably do this in this tournament here if you play.
No, it for sure does. I mean, Omaha, especially just Omaha, has the highest variance. A lot of people in West Texas just call it bingo. Yeah. They're playing bingo at that table over there. You know.
Well, I learned a new phrase yesterday watching a video that 6 people to the flop is called Texas heads up.
That's right. Yep, yeah. I've definitely heard that before. Yeah. Whenever it's in for 2, in for 20. Yeah. You see that a lot in Texas too.
Yeah, I resemble that remark. Yeah. And I'm Canadian, so how do I do that? I don't know. So
Jack here bet this out. Dakota coming along with the smaller flush draw on the bottom there, unfortunately, but I think that's going to give real closer. Let me go back and look. He's got the he turns the bottom set of 8s, which is going to be good, but still in the same amount of danger with the jacks. But with Jack's flush draw, the top board gives Jack the full house, so he's going to be free rolling that top board, and he didn't pot it. He checked it for deception.
Well, bottom full houses can be tricky too.
Yeah,
you're worried. You know?
Yeah, but at this stage, you just have to go with it.
Yeah, yeah.
And so now Dakota made his straight 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, but Jack has the higher flush draw, so this one's what we call a scoop. He's going to get the top and the bottom. And does Dakota have the ability to lay this down? He's only got a set. There's the flush made on the river, and the straight is very apparent. So if you see Dakota lay this down, this is an experienced poker player that I just haven't met before.
I don't see too many people at the cash tables laying this hand down.
No. He's got the 7 high straight, or 7 high flush, and sometimes they just get married to any flush. Actually, the 8 high flush. And
he's trying to figure out why he doesn't have a straight flush, because he's got 6, 7, 8, and there's 9, 10 there.
That's true.
It's like, well, they don't have the straight flush.
Yeah, Dakota here, but I mean, it's $400K in the pot. He's only got 168 behind, so even folding is painful.
I think it's tricky though with the 3 to the straight flush, even though it doesn't count. It just really is hard to fold that.
I mean, he's got tons of blockers to the spades in his hand. Yeah, and I think that just pushed it over the edge there.
Yeah.
He's going to see the bad news here that Jack, you know, when you got 3 spades in your hand and there's 3 on the board, your opponent having 2 is tough. I mean, he had his blockers to the straights, he had blockers to the flushes, so that's just a toughie for Dakota there.
Well, if Jack listens to this later, because some of the players go and do that, I'll say I'm happy for him, because I was in a tournament with him the other day, and I knew he had a set of jacks, but he didn't have enough for me to fold. I had pocket aces, and I binked an ace on the turn and knocked him out of the tournament. So I felt bad there. So at least he got something back here.
Yeah. Well, he gets the scoop there to take the chip lead here at this final table. Tough one there for Dakota. It's just even in the bomb pots, you just have too many outs, and that's what happens to a lot of players. And by that time, you've committed so many of your chips, and he had so many blockers. Like I said, I don't blame him for just saying, this is it. I'm just going to put it in. I've got 2, 3, 4 big blinds left, even if I fold, with, over, almost 500K in the middle if I call. So tough position.
It swings big for the tournament, though. Now he's chip leader.
Yeah, well, that's what makes these bomb pots fun. We've had a lot of people enjoy these tournaments. Yeah. The Sunday night one is just tremendous. 45, 50, 60 people playing in that tournament now. You don't play on Sundays, right?
No, that's the one day I've never walked out of here with a profit, except for the 50K tournament.
Well, it's
And I barely had a profit there. I had to come ninth to break even on all the buy-ins that I had. But no, on Sunday, for some reason, I don't know whether people pray harder at church to win when they come here than I do. I'm not really sure what's going on.
there's nothing wrong with having an off day
Yeah.
to relax away from poker. Sunday's a good one to do. But yeah, the Sunday free roll, $1,500 free roll at the Bomb Pots does really well here. If you missed this one tonight, we do it again on Sunday nights at 7 o'clock, and we'll stream that one most of the time. We're moving equipment and changing rooms. I'm not sure if we're going to stream it this Sunday. I don't think we are, but we have the ladies stream every other Sunday. But that's over in time for that free roll tournament. But the Bomb Pots definitely spice this tournament up just enough to make it pretty enjoyable for the players.
So do we already have the first prize set for this one tonight?
Yeah, a little over $600.
Well, that's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad for a free roll
What
tournament.
time did this thing start?
7 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah, and Long here, middle position, 112,000, only two bigs, queen jack, nothing wrong with that. Mike here with a very fun hand to try to run a better hand down with, but it's still half his stack. I don't know if you want to put in half your stack with 8-9 suited. I mean, if I'm going to call any sort of all in 8-9, 9-10.
Yeah, it's
suited.
it's much better to shove with 9-8 suited and then just hope that the guy doesn't wake up with kings.
Right.
Yeah.
But he's looking at half his stack here to put it in. And he is going to do it. Surprising there for Mike. Shooting it for first place here. Not going to sit around and wait. Wants to gamble here with a suited connector hand to run down a big hand. He's not that far behind. Has
This is a premonition here. It's got a flop already out there, and we haven't even seen the cards yet.
It does happen once in a while.
Yeah.
Sometimes the button gets hit a little too early, but sometimes it's just a misread from folded hands as well. So you never really know. Yeah, queen 5. That's going to be a massive for Luong and a door sealer there. So the double up through Mike with the trip queens.
We would have got a flush on the ocean, though.
Yeah, whatever you call the 6th Street.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes the reader's unprepared and they drag those muck cards through or whatever. But same with any live streams.
Yeah.
So big double up there for Luong, staying alive. He's had a great tournament. He was here from the beginning on the feature table and showed a lot of aggression at times I wasn't expecting. He made a lot of bets that you just he had a lot of different gears, I'll put it that way, and played really well. I'm not sure that this format fits the best tournament players because it's a free roll. The blinds go up fast. It's in the 20-minute levels, but there's a lot of chips in the early to mid game, so it gives you a lot of ability to make some plays, make some moves. But when you get into the late game like this, I don't want to say it's quite bingo, but you definitely need to have had a stack built up to survive these beginning of the end game. Like I said, blinds are 20 and 40,000, and you've got most of the table under 200K. So
I was looking at the viewership numbers when I came in here, and it's up 70%. So I need a raise here.
Hey, if we get down to the end, they heard Sigma was in here.
No, I think it's probably the final table. I don't think it's me. They're like, watch this guy bomb. Go in there and listen to it for the first time.
But chat's silent. We can see both chats on Facebook and YouTube. They're right over here.
Yeah.
And so if anybody has any questions for Sigma and his play style, feel free.
Oh yeah. If you figure it out, let me know.
Well, if he's eating salad, call.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. So I won't be doing salad at tables ever again. You know what's weird is this guy's asked us over an hour ago if we're still on break. So I think.
Yeah, it was when we were getting that little mix of going to the final table.
Yeah.
Makes sort of kind of an awkward silence. But we put a little sign up saying on break there. Jack's going to take a stab here with the 8 and Ship just going to let that one go because he doesn't have anything to do with it. So Jack's going to be the beneficiary there of some more blinds. Creeping up closer, if not taking the chip lead after that one, he does take it over Ship. Jack at 833,000. Like I said, you got 4 out of the 7 stacks here with less than 5 bigs. So these guys are holding on. Only paying 4.
Well, this is definitely Jack or Ship's tournament to win. It's a matter of Just not getting too involved because you double one of these people up and they can take you out.
That's the problem. Is you get too good of hands this late and don't win your flips, and next thing you know, you're the one that's all in at risk.
Yeah. Yeah, it becomes bingo instead of poker near the end sometimes.
Yeah, especially in these free rolls. Some of the bigger tournaments, there's enough blinds, enough chips, but for free rolls, for obvious reasons, we can't have them be 8-9 hour tournaments.
Yeah, you've got to have an ROI where if you win first, you're at least making something per hour. You don't want to have it be a 3-day tournament for $600.
Exactly. But it is a lot of fun. Especially on a Friday night, we let it run a little longer on our Friday and Saturday tournaments. Speaking of which, have you seen what we're doing on, not tomorrow, because tomorrow's the qualifier, which you know, but have you seen what we're doing on Saturdays after that for this month?
No, I have no idea.
I'm doing a blast from West Texas called Build a Stack.
Okay.
It is a $35 tournament. $25 is kind of your access fee that they do, and then the $10, like that goes to the dealers. But you start with 0 chips, none.
Wow.
$35 gets you no chips.
That's usually what I lead with.
You can build your own stack, $10 per 10,000, up to 100,000. So if you want to start with a 10,000 stack, you just pay $10.
Gotcha.
If you want to start with a normal stack, you pay $30, $40. And you can add on for $10 a pop all the way up into the registration.
Okay.
So it's a build your own stack,
but you can never be over 100 buying in
before registration. You can only buy up to 100.
Okay.
Now at the end of registration, you can buy 100,000 no matter what your chip stack is.
Okay.
But before registration, you can never be over 100,000 in chips.
But if you've ran it up to a few 100,000, it probably is best just to let it ride, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's a build your own stack, and they get pretty nutty in West Texas. So I'm curious to see how people react here. And here, Mike under the gun going to shove, or he only raises 80,000. He's only got 30,000 behind, so he's basically all ineffective. And Jack here, who is the chip leader, 80,000 to call pocket fours, and he lays it down. He's hanging on to those chips.
I don't mind that though. I mean,
no, fours. You're either flipping or dead.
Yeah.
I like I said, I don't hate it. I thought he might make the call because he has the chips.
Well, like you always say on the streams where I watch them back about me is like you're either flipping or you're dead, and I'm always right, but I end up losing the flip.
Well, so. that's always the case. Yeah. Poker is the only thing that you can make the right choice, make the right decision, know exactly what's going on, and still get punished.
Yeah.
Nick, the Build Your Own Stack tournament is going to be a week from tomorrow. It's going to be every Saturday in September, except for tomorrow, because tomorrow's the big qualifier at 3 p.m. We're going to have 100 people here trying to get into that $20,000 zero entry tournament for October. So even you're coming for that.
I've been meaning to ask you about what do you think the pay structure is going to be on the final? Do you think it's just going to be the final table we get paid, or
12%?
12%. Okay.
Yeah. So it's not going to be a lot of people.
Yeah. And then so you've already got 12 qualifiers from the first month, right? So you might have around 35 to 40.
I'm expecting about 40.
Okay.
Yeah, which is only going to be about 5-6 people getting paid.
And then what do you hope the top prize will be on that?
10,000.
Wow.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Holy Toledo. I better show up tomorrow.
Yeah, no,
I can redeem myself.
Qualifying's a big deal.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm going to try to get as close as I can to that $10,000 first place. It's going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, Nick, so a week from tomorrow, 7 p.m., the Build Your Own Stack tournament. You can get in for as little as $45, or you can get in for $135. Depends on what you want to do with your stack. And it's funny because in West Texas, I've been having this tournament for off and on for years, and everybody sits down with 10 or 20 bucks, 10, 20,000 worth, and then you have one guy, he adds on, and the next guy says, I'm gonna add on. The next guy says, well, let me add on, and before you know it, you've got everyone with 100,000 in front of them.
So it's $100 free roll.
They just basically they buy the minimum, and then you get one guy starting to stack up, and then they can't handle it anymore, and then they say chips.
Well, I guarantee if DJ plays on that one, he'll be the first one.
Yeah, the first one for 100.
Him or Richard.
Yeah, it becomes like I don't want to be short. It's like in the cash game, people that constantly add on. As soon as they lose a few hundred, they add on to get back up close as they can to the chip leaders.
Well, I feel like I haven't even started a cash game unless I'm down 1,000.
That is true. I don't know how many times I've seen you with massive pyramids, and so that's what I'm in for.
Yeah, I know everybody's like, man, you win every night. I'm like, no, I'm getting my money back.
Luong here. Ace Jack offsuit. Raise this one up pretty big, a little more than 2x there. 90,000. It's still pot committing here. Winner, who's in the big blinds, already in for 50. Already in for 40. 50 more. Doesn't like the queen 6. She's already put in a third of her stack. Yeah, and frustratingly, has to let it go. Luong shows her the real hand. And he's gone from life support to probably third in chips now.
Yeah.
That's the swings of the high levels. But to be fair, we're not supposed to have 7 people still in with blinds of 20 and 40.
Yeah, that's true.
Nobody's putting anybody out.
Well, you look at even last place doubling up twice is right in the hunt, right?
Oh yeah, no, it's the blinds these high. It just takes a minute. But like I said, Luong, he had 60,000 in there, and now he's got 360.
Yeah, it's just a matter of being patient.
A little bit of patience, a little bit of luck here at the final tables of free rolls.
But you definitely want to be pushing the action instead of calling off your stack. It doesn't matter what you have.
Well, and unless you're really going to hang back, Ship, he's kind of stayed out of the way. He's lost 100,000 in blinds, but you don't see him getting involved that much. But when there's only 7, 8 people left, and then only 4 get paid, it's kind of hard to sit back too much.
Yeah.
But ICM implications.
Yeah, the worst feeling I've ever had in poker is bubbling at the final table. That is not fun.
Yeah, it's always hard to be sitting there for that long and getting nothing for your efforts. We see a lot of players paying the bubble here at Poker House 4th, and I see that a lot all over. I never say no to paying the bubble. Now, you're a guy that doesn't like any kind of chops or bubble pays or nothing. You're playing for what's on paper.
I have been where I was the chip leader at one of your free rolls with 10 people left. And they said the next goes to the final table. And I saw a juicy cash game opening up. And I literally went all in every hand to punt it off. And then they put up the payouts. And I saw it was 900 something. I'm like, I should have just stayed here and won the 900. Why am I rushing over there? So that was a learning.
You know how often I see that, though? People that rush themselves out of the tournament, even towards the end, to go get the last open seat in the cash game.
Yeah.
And it's like, are you really wanting to waste the last 4 hours of your life just to go get in the cash game?
That's time that's already sunk, though, right? So you're looking at what's my best ROI going forward.
I get it, but if I'm gonna put 4 or 5 hours in a tournament, I'm gonna at least want to get 3-4x my money.
Yeah, that's true. Well.
But I don't look at cash games for an opportunity guaranteed to make make money like you do. You're gonna make money in a cash game.
I don't know about that, but I've been. You know what? I've got to tell now. If I turn 2 pair, then I know the person flopped a set. That's what's been going on lately.
That's what's been going on.
So I still pay it off, like a payoff wizard. But I should be able to figure it out that's how it runs sometimes.
Mike here, 40,000 ago. Looks like he's going to call with the ace-6 suited. Small blind Lamont. Going to probably put him in for the rest of his stack. Pocket 8s. I don't know. Looks like he just called. And Ship going to get a check and option. So that's going to, Lamont's limp in is going to bring Ship along. And Ship doesn't have a bad hand here. So Kevin to a flop gives us ace-10-7. So Mike going to be in the lead here. Ship middle pair going to check it over to Mike.
Yeah, he can get involved here, though. That's a pretty good hand for that flop.
And Mike slow plays the ace.
He might fall in the trap now.
Let's hope we don't see a king or a 10 or an 8 come out on this river. But so far the plan is working. His Ship is betting the 10. And there it is.
Yeah. And Lamont's going to get away from this easily.
Yeah, Lamont can let it go. And Ship have to have a count.
He doesn't want to ship it.
It's only 64,000. But it's still a pretty big chunk.
Yeah, I don't think.
But if you're Ship, what are you thinking that Mike is doing this with?
Well, he
here?
could have a flush draw, and he could have a pair with it.
It's possible.
It's possible. That might be the way he tries to talk himself into a call here.
10x of spades, maybe.
Yeah.
But it's just such a strong move by Mike.
He's going to let it go. He's too good.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. Ship's played this really conservatively.
You don't wear that bright of a shirt and not know what you're doing in poker.
He's playing conservatively and has been since the creation of this final table.
See, but there's an example, a bright shirt and playing conservative. See, it doesn't go together at all.
It's definitely true. But great check by Mike on that flop, though. Although that is dangerous, and I don't I'm a fan of betting it when you have it and just ending it because you never know what's going to happen on that turn. It could have been a king, and then if you had bet the flop, you'd have won. But if but that's part of the gamble there. And that's what got him paid, though, was checking it through on that flop. And now we have a $15,000 ante bomb pot.
And you have your Congress games this month for free.
Still doing it this
Yeah,
month. Yeah, I went
that's
ahead.
awesome.
I went ahead and ran that through.
Yeah, so I donated at that game. Then I had to go and study what it was. But
How do you feel your Congress game has come along?
well, I realized that I was really, really bad when I started, and now I'm passable where I can at least not donate money. But I call these bomb pots bong pots, so that I remember that it's only the high, whereas Congress has the low too. So that's the way I remember it.
There you go. I was worried about you in Congress. I really was.
Yeah.
Not because of I knew you could learn it quickly and adapt, but you're an action player.
Yeah.
You probably have 70% VPIP or better
Really?
in any
That
cash
low?
game, and in Congress, boy, that's just that's a tough hill to climb.
So I went and watched a guy called the PLO Professor,
Okay.
and he specializes in PLO and Big O.
Mm-hmm.
And he has a 20 series video series that basically teaches you the game.
Mm-hmm.
And he says when you have 5 cards versus 4, you shouldn't be playing pocket pairs below queens.
Really?
And then he also says you should have 5 to a Broadway or a wheel in your hand, or have a complete wrap with 2 suits.
Yeah.
And that's tricky. He said that's how you start out as a beginner, just playing those 3 kinds of hands.
Yeah.
Quite interesting.
Yeah, I've dabbled in Congress a little bit, but never took it too seriously. But it's definitely a high variance game. But the reason I know a lot of people that play Congress, and this pot's just too big for anybody to bet here. Lamont here is going to take a fire with the 2 pair on the bottom, and that's pretty much it. Doesn't have who has diamonds? Anybody? I don't see anyone with diamonds.
Yeah,
See a couple
good
naked ace king diamonds here.
Might get called by aces. No, the aces let it go.
Yeah. So Mike's going to look it up with the.
He's got a straight.
Yeah, he's got the 6, 7, 8 down 10, and that's going to be bad news there for the Lamont called.
You might win the other board though.
Pair of jacks.
Oh, there's another person in. Yeah, he's probably going to be donating to both.
And we've got 2 pair with the 6, 9 on the top, the straight with the 9, 10, 6, 9, 10 on the bottom. Yeah,
Oh, they're chopping. Lamont and Mike are chopping.
Yeah, Lamont and Mike have the same straight.
It helps a lot more when they put the percentages.
Yeah. But Mike's going to get the majority of this one with the or Demori, is going to get the majority of this at the half on top. But a lot of players are moved over to Congress. Number one, it's obviously more action. But if you ever watch the Super Serious Congress games, at the end of the day, the variance between, or I guess not variance is the right word, but the parity between good players and bad players is where Hold'em was 15 years ago. And so the people that are good at Congress have such an advantage over the people that are bad at Congress, as where the people that were good at Hold'em 20 years ago have such a huge advantage over the people who are bad. And that's why you see a lot of the Congress games taking off, because these players, when you're a bad Congress player, it's a big deal.
Well, it's amazing too with Congress. Set over set seems to happen infinitely more often than Hold'em.
Well, I treat Congress the same way I do bomb pots, and I said it earlier on stream that if you're finding a reason to call, then you need to fold. If you have to find a reason, if you have to find your hand, find a reason to call, you should just fold. And I approach Congress the same way, unless it's not apparently obvious that I've got the nut flush with the nut low draw or whatever the case may be. I'm out of there.
One thing I've noticed, though, when you're playing Congress, when you see ace, deuce of spades, it looks like pocket aces.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's ace, deuce, ace tray. We had a Big O Congress. We call it Big O in West Texas. We had a Congress tournament in West Texas, $500 buy-in tournament last week, and I watched a guy who was very short. Like I said, I think he had two bigs or whatever.
I thought you meant height challenged.
He got dealt ace, deuce, ace tray, jack with 2 aces double suited, ace, deuce, ace tray, jack.
Yeah.
What a wonderful hand, especially when you're all in under the gun. And both players called him, and he got 3rd place out of 3. So it
the
still
reason-
doesn't matter.
When I first played Congress, I thought that there's people explained the basic rules to me, and I had double aces suited with deuce 3-5,
Yeah, that's
and
that's
I flopped
effectively
top set of aces,
Mm-hmm.
and the guy shoved all in, and I'm like, well, I've got all the redraws to the low, and I've got top set aces.
Mm-hmm.
He had a set of jacks, which is middle pair or
Mhm.
middle set,
Mm-hmm.
and had no low draw at all. And he hit a jack on the river, and everybody's like, well, you can't do anything about that. But I thought, well, I played it terrible. I didn't even know.
No, Big O is definitely bingo sometimes, or
Yeah.
Congress as it's called. But yeah, the name Congress is a Dallas-Fort Worth thing. Everywhere else now they call it Big O.
Yeah.
Even in Vegas, they've changed it over to calling it Big O in the WSOP tournaments. But Dallas-Fort Worth area still calls it Congress. And it's worse for me because I flip back and forth between West Texas and DFW and East Texas and all the different rooms, and I say the wrong thing, and everybody's like, "What are you talking about?"
Well, it's funny because if you were to poll people out there, even though people identify with different parties, everybody doesn't really like Congress, right? But yeah,
So that's why.
but Big O, everybody would like one of those. So,
Probably true.
yeah.
I honestly have no idea where the name came from. So these guys are playing it slow, that's for sure. Trying to hit that money. They've played it this long. They don't want to be on the last couple bubbles here. So it's definitely a little bit of a fear fest. But if you're like Jack or Ship, you can kind of take advantage of that. But it's still a high risk because they never know when they could hang up with a hand. You know, Jack should never be calling there. He should be raising there. And I don't say that very often, about negative critiques. But when you're that kind of chip leader and you're gonna, there's no reason to limp in with a stack next to you.
Well, and he might just trap him with A6 and then hope he doesn't get unlucky. But he didn't fall in the trap yet.
No, Jack here's still best with the sevens.
He's got to feel good now. Wow.
And he's still gonna check it, and so is Luong.
I don't think he's betting unless the 7 comes.
Jack on the river. So yeah, Jack's just trying to get to the showdown. He sees the big blind, but I don't think he'd have got through. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Luong's probably going to defend his ace there in the big, but this late in the tournament, you need to add that one little extra level of giving your opponent a chance to fold. You're basically giving yourself one more chance to win by raising their pre-flop instead of limping in. You can't win the hand if you limp in the small blind.
But look at the power of a stack where an ace-6 didn't re-raise because he wants to stay in the tournament too. So there's that.
For sure. And he's played all day with Luong. He knows that Luong has played good poker. Yeah. So I think he possibly lays down the ace-6.
I think if he raises, he might get the other guy to shove. So it might have helped him win the pot. It's hard to know.
It could have. You can't really call it off with the 7 there, but I mean, it's when you're at this stage of the tournament, you definitely need to be raising instead of just limping in. But be prepared to call an all-in, though. Don't get me wrong. Don't just do it with any 2 cards. But if you feel the need to limp in the small blind, you might as well raise it.
Yeah.
And Luong there giving Demoria the walk. And they're pretty equal in stack there. Demoria did have the ace.
I think that tells you a lot about C3. What's his name again?
Well, here
Luong?
on the stream it goes Luong,
yeah. So Luong, it looks like just giving that walk and then not raising with A6. It looks like he's trying to survive here.
Yeah.
Get past that bubble.
Yeah, but he's played solid, So he's.
Well, you don't want to play this many hours and get nothing.
No, and put your tournament life in with ace-6 offsuit.
Yeah, if you're going to do that, you might as well just go to the cash game, right?
That's it.
It's so funny. I guess I must be the fish because when I walked in, everybody's like, "Hey, there's a seat over here. Come on." But I'm tired.
Yeah, but you play that to your advantage, though. To be honest,
yeah.
I think you don't get me wrong. You need to play, good poker, which you do. But whenever everybody thinks that you're bluffing all the time and that you're a crazy player, all you got to do is catch some cards, and you'll get paid off. That's where your advantage is because you say that you get down, whatever it is, and then get it back, but. The reason you get it back is because they've watched how you played, and then you finally wake up with cards.
Yeah, and it's funny because I was playing at another place where I never play tonight, and they didn't even know me, and everybody still thinks I'm bluffing. So I don't know. I must just look weird. I'm not sure what it is.
Winter here putting in her last 100,000 with the ace-7 offsuit. Gets a call from both blinds. It's not much more to them to come along, but Mike woke up with a real hand here with ace-jack. So it's going to be a tough one here for Winter, but she does hit the 7. It's going to go check. Winner ahead right now with the pair of 7s. King on the turn. Still no help. Oh, nope, I'm a liar. Demoria had the king at 10. So Winter now looking for an ace or another 7 to take this one down.
Is it really lying if you're just mistaken? I feel like there's a different intent.
I could have swore DeMoria had queen 10.
Yeah.
He shows the bad news, and Winter here looking for one of the last 2 remaining aces or another 7 to stay alive here, or we're going to have another elimination here at this final table. And Kevin putting out a 6, no help. So we will lose Miss Winter, who has played absolutely fantastic. She was on the feature table for majority of this tournament. Had a big chip lead earlier and played good, solid poker. So, like I said, I expected her to be here at this stage of the tournament for sure. By the way, she was playing earlier today and the chips that she had. But when we get down to the end, when the blinds are this big, just could not win those coin flips and bingo cards.
Well, I feel really bad for her too because I was playing in another tournament yesterday and she was the bubble person.
Oh, no.
On that one. So I don't know. Maybe it's just not her week this week.
It does happen to the best of us, but I like Miss Winter, her and D-Mac, great people here at Poker House of Fort Worth.
They're real quiet and friendly.
Which is hard to find at the poker table.
Yeah.
But there was D-Mac. I don't know if it was the 50K or one before, but I basically said, if you give this guy some chips, he can be a problem.
Yeah.
Because D-Mac is a problem with a lot of chips.
I try to stay out of both their way.
Yeah.
I don't have a good read. In fact, D-Mac, I gave him $500 the other day when I had kings and queens, 2 pair. And I said, you have a set of 5s, don't you? And he's like, why are you calling me? And of course, he had a set of 5s.
Yeah, they're not people that, other than just the joy of playing cards with them, I'm not going to be gambling much with either one of those players. So DeMoria here with the ace-10 on the button. Limps in. I was going to c-bet this flop here, and I'm not going to think about it, but is going to let that one go. We're getting it down. And like I said, there's 6 players left. There are only 4 being paid. So, and everyone's being so careful here, trying to get down to that money. Like I said, we've been at this tournament now for 5 hours, and it's structured to be over about midnight. And here we are at 12:30.
See, there's an example, ace-10 versus the queen-10, right? You're dominated, but wrapped around that jack, if you show some aggression on the flop and the turn, you can sometimes drive that through.
Oh, yeah.
And but it's hard when you're sitting close to the bubble.
No, for sure. Like I said, that any kind of Broadway cards fits more into DeMoria's range, being on the button, limping in. Even if he is limping in, he's going to have pocket pairs at a minimal or Broadway cards. Jack here under the gun, pocket 3s. We saw him play down 4s earlier to not get involved, but he's under the gun and he can set the pace, but he doesn't do it this time either. He's keeping a hold of that stack.
I actually like his strategy with the lead that he has here.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't hit it at all.
Yeah.
And he'd have been coin flipping with DeMoria, and that's the worst position you want to get in when you have the chip lead, is to be coin flipping and possibly lose those flips.
Well,
that's how you lose your chips real quick.
And he would be down quite a bit if he missed that. I flipped with 3s tonight. It didn't work out. I think it was King Jack offsuit. Somehow got a jack. What was a really nice flop? It was Queen 10. So they were open-ended, and then they made a jack anyways. I'm like, you're supposed to have too many outs to hit it.
Yeah, you get too many, you're not supposed to hit them.
Yeah.
Definitely too many out syndrome.
Yeah.
I've been there many a time and watched it many a time on stream. 17 outs is just a bad number to have. 6 remaining. 4 get paid. $1,500 guaranteed. Free roll with the bomb pots. Every level a change. And the bomb pots are getting expensive.
The guy in the white shirt back there wants to join, but I think it's too late to register.
Yeah, it's Luong's buddy.
Okay, gotcha.
And that's DeMoria's better half sitting behind him.
There's an open seat in seat 8.
So we're going to see a flop here 3 ways. DeMoria limps in with the pocket 3s. Mike, Jack 10 suited pretty end of the cutoff, comes along as well, and Jack chooses to check his option with the King 4.
So know when it's coming. I think a 4 is going to come. Nope.
Jack in the window, 7-8. Big lead there for Mike, and who immediately jams. And I don't hate it. He's got it less than a half size pot bet. Coordinated board. DeMoria, Jack's not going to be able to come along here. He's already folded his cards, and DeMoria probably folding it as well.
No, I'm such a rookie because Jack 10 was in 3rd. So that should have been the winner, right? So I got to no wonder I don't have any sales in my book.
Third to first. That's just the way poker goes.
It's like when you watch those hot dogs or whatever they are at the baseball game run around the track.
Yeah.
Red, blue, and mustard and ketchup or whatever they are.
Bet on the one that's behind the pack at the halfway point.
Yeah, it's always some guy that's a sprinter from the U.S. Olympic team or something.
So Mike almost all the way in there, but he had his chip stuck against the rails. See if Kevin Dealer sees that one. But if you say the words all in, it doesn't matter if you find one later. Oh, yep, Kevin did his job. He sees it. So Luong, who was up towards the top, has found himself at the bottom now. Not by much, but still a healthy stack of 250. Has that fold equity you were talking about earlier. But the blinds are 30 and 60. Silly and sillier. So these guys are definitely playing for the money, and I don't blame them. Like I said, it's structured for about a 5-hour tournament. We usually like to get it over between 12 and 12:30, and we are running up on that 12:30 time. I think once we break the money bubble, it's going to go real quick. And big thanks to Sigma for coming into the booth to check out this final table. We'll get you back in here for Sigma fans. Appreciate it, Mike. And lots of fans of Mike here at Poker House Fort Worth. Sigma, as he's known online here on the stream. 4, 5, 7, 8. Luong with a gut shot. Mike still ahead with the ace queen, and he's going to be betting this here. Don't think you're going to see much of a gut shot here for Luong come along, maybe, but for 60K, a third of the stack, that's going to be a tough one. And that one's going to get through there. Mike creeping up on that 500,000 point in chips. Jack still sitting with the most of it, 830. Demoria, 560. Mike, 440. Chip, 370. Lamont, 340. Luong, 200. Any one of these stacks, super capable of a quick double up, shifting everything here. Blinds are big and bigger here at the end of the game of this $1,500 free roll tournament on Fridays and Sundays, where we do the bomb pots every level change. Should be coming up on one shortly. And they can make all the difference. Alfonso, each one of these guys are super capable, but the blinds this high, it still can be anybody's game. That's the tough part in these free rolls. They just they're not designed to be very long, drawn out tournaments. They're free rolls. They're supposed to be fun, a little bit of skill, and then if it gets down to the end, they're supposed to end. And we're reaching that point now to where it's still anyone's game, just due to the heaviness of the blinds. Mike here making the call here. The okay, needs a 5. 9 on the river there, and no help to Mike. He did spike Demoria a pair, but he didn't need it with the ace high. So Demoria going to get some more chips there. Going to move him close up there to the chip lead. Yeah, Hunter Mike was moving up in the stack, but it doesn't take much. One or two losses there, and you're down 100,000. And here's the bomb pot I was talking about. This one, it could be incredibly pivotal. $20,000 per player. 120,000 in this pot. Average stack about 300,000. Players definitely looking for some magic here. 3, 7, 6, 2 spades on that top board. 6, Jack, 10, 2 diamonds. So 2 coordinated straight boards. DeMoria waking up with aces and deuces. And he's got the nut flush draw on the top with the ace, deuce of spades. Going to bet 60. Mike here, gut shotted. That's about it. He's going to lay that one down. Ace, Jack, had 2 pair there, lay down ship here. Ace, King at 9, 7. Not much going on there. He's going to let that one go. And DeMoria may walk away with this one uncontested. Only up to Luong. He's got the Jack 9, 8, 3. He's got open-ended on the top. A bit of help on the bottom. He's going to see one more card, 60,000. That's going to lead him down to nothing, though. That's the only problem. DeMoria is just going to put him in dark. 7 on the turn, 6 on the river, board pairing on both of them there. DeMoria basically put him in dark. He bet it out there. And so now, can Luong come along, or does he want to try to get lucky with his last 90,000 and hold him? Doesn't have a lot, so yeah, he does lay it down. So not going to gamble on the open-ended. DeMoria has shown him that he had a monster. Like I said, Luong was, even behind, even just by the pocket aces. Had a lot of outs. But DeMoria had the world, especially this short-handed, this bet sizing. Ship here putting it all in the hijack with ace queen. Luong waking up on the button. This is the max value time, Luong. If you go all in, you get the blinds money too. So I don't hate the call here. You're getting the money from both blinds and ship. King 10 can be dead a lot. Don't get me wrong. So I don't hate the fold, but max equity if he comes out on top on that one. So again, I don't hate the fold or the call, but basically, for instance, you're just getting maximum return on your money there. Basically, with the blinds of 40 and 80,000, you've only got 90. You're basically getting a triple up plus some when you only have to get through hopefully one opponent, more than likely. See Key in the background there, rooting on DeMoria. Both players familiar with this feature final streamed table. DeMoria will have to let me know if he's taken down any tournaments. I can't remember if he has or not, but I know that Key did in the last month. Luong does look down at Queen at Jack, suited, decides to put it in. DeMoria not going to make the call. Mike here for only 50,000 more to him, but he's only got 183. So he does lay it down. I don't hate that at all. And now it's going to be all up to Lamont to see if he can afford these 50,000 in chips to try to run down Luong. He's only got 10-6, and he's only got 235K. It's quarter of a stack, and he's still got the small blind. But it does make the call because we are at that point of the tournament to where no one has a lot of chips. But Lamont will be relieved to see that at least the 10-6 is alive, not up against Queen 10 or Jack 10. And Luong there got it in with the best hand. Can't ask for much more than that in poker. And so now dealer Kevin. Lamont looking for a 10 or a 6. Luong wants everything else. Ace, 7, deuce, 1 club. No help to Lamont. Queen on the turn, and that's going to seal the deal. Queen locks it up there for Luong, and Lamont just has to gamble there. Wasn't that much more to him. Already in the big blind. Like I said, it's just reached that point of the tournament, and Luong staying alive. Hand number 128. We have not had the free roll go on this long in a while, but these guys are playing to make some money. No one getting out of line. Levon makes the fold. Demoria making the fold. Mike on the button. Lets it go as well. Lamont in the small blind goes ahead and goes all in with 9-10 offsuit. Chip only 7-4. He can't. Lamont still has fold equity. Like I said, he's getting it in. Well, he still has plenty of chips in order to get other people to fold. And that's what you want to do. You don't want to let yourself. Oh no! I'm sorry. It's an incorrect chip count amount. He's only for 93,000. So it's only 13,000 more for Ship, and so Ship's going to have to make the call there. When I get these chips moved around to the bomb pots, we lose track once in a while on these chip stacks. So yeah, Ship here, it doesn't matter what his cards are. He's only 13,000 more, which is less than half of a small blind. So he's just not going to have anything there to be able to fold. So 9-10 offsuit up against 7-4. Lamont for his tournament life. Kevin putting out 10-8-8. So big flop there for Lamont. Ship needing some runners, and that's going to do it there. The 8 on the turn locks that one up. So Lamont getting the double up, courtesy of a forced call there pretty much by Ship with these blinds so high. So blinds are 40 and 80,000. That's 120,000 in orbit. And you've got 3 players that can survive 2 orbits. So Demoria and Jack both with over 800K, trying to stay out of the way, let some of these big or smaller stacks fight it out, and just get themselves into the money. Like I said, this is definitely one of the longest free rolls that we've had, but these players are playing intelligently. They're trying to get into that money, put in, make some good moves to be able to get some payoff here. Lamont looking down at an ace, going to move it all in with 186,000. Jack on the big blind, still 100,000 from him to call. He's 9-10 suited, real pretty hand, but it's still a pretty good commitment for a lot of chips. And that's how long Shipley's been here. The beer's gone bad. Thank you for not doing that over my table, at least. The beer knows what beers do. When he makes the call, he does make the call. Went to do the gamble here to try to knock someone off the table here. He has the chips to do it. So Lamont ahead with the ace-6 offsuit. Jack still has over 600K left in his stack, even if he loses this hand. So he's looking for more positioning than anything here. Dealer Kevin going to put this flop out here to see if Lamont gets the full double up or if Jack can eliminate an opponent here on the flop. 6-8-9. Jack taking the commanding lead, looking to dodge an ace. There's a king on the turn. Lamont only dead to an ace. Said he has been eliminated. So Jack gambled and made the right choice And Lamont, while getting in best with the ace high, doesn't quite pull it out in the end. But again, Lamont played fantastically and beat out a vast majority of the field. But with these blinds, you just had to pick a spot, and he looked down at an ace and decided that was good enough for this one. And then there were five players remaining. This is easy. So 5 players remaining. 4 get paid. DeMoria here under the gun. You're down at King 7 suited, going to call the 80,000. And Mike has pocket aces. Pocket aces and immediately ships it in for 183. And let's see if he gets any callers. Ship here on the button. Let's go to the King Jack. Good fold there by Ship, especially after DeMoria calls. So these players are counting on DeMoria to complete this all in here. And I don't know if he will or not. King 7, he's going to get a count there from Mike to see if he's committed. And if he has to make this call or not, it's 100,000 to him. He's got 748. He may have to do it here. And he does go ahead and make that call. So pocket aces, and DeMoria sees the bad news as Mike immediately turns over the pocket aces. So DeMoria well behind here, looking for a few kings, a few sevens, or a lot of spades to eliminate Mike. Otherwise, Mike is alive with almost $500,000 in chips. Dealer Kevin to a flop. 7, Jack 4. DeMoria now can hit another 7 or running spades. There is a spade. He has life. Mike trying to dodge a spade. He does so, and Mike stays alive. Aces and 4s. DeMoria definitely picked up life there on that turn card. So that's going to be a big pickup there for Mike. DeMoria still has almost 650,000, but Mike has jumped from the bottom to the top, to the middle with $500,000 in chips. So we'll get some updated chip counts here. So Mike not even finished stacking those newfound chips under the gun, looking at a Jack 3, and let that one go. Ship folding as well. Jack getting out of the way. Luong in the small blind. Queen 9 offsuit decides to put it in for his last 138,000. And DeMoria in the big blind, he's stuck again in the position to where you just have to call. The blinds are too big. There's too much in there, and no one has enough to fold. DeMoria may have to make miss this call if these chip stacks are correct. It's only, it's 53,000 to him, and he's already got 80,000 out there. There it is. He's got to make that call. He's going to see that he's in awful shape. Luong picked the perfect moment to have the better queen. So Luong, Queen 9 offsuit. DeMoria, Queen 5 offsuit. But again, DeMoria didn't have a choice. He's already in for 80,000, only 50,000 more. He's got over $500,000. He's just got to put it in there and just let it go. So 3 King 7, 2 diamonds. DeMoria looking for a 5. He can hit a 4 or a 5 now with the 6 on the turn. King on the river, not going to work. And the Bank of DeMoria has just doubled up 2 of his opponents. And but he's still got plenty of chips. It's just The unfortunate reality of big blind poker. That when you're in the big blind and someone shoves for less than another big blind, you're almost obligated to come along. Nothing that can be done about that one. And now Luong reaches up over 250,000 chips. He's still a short stack, but he's definitely got more chips to cause some more pain now. Ship here, and they're going to look at an ace-7 suited. And he's going to ship it in here, try to pick up the small and big blind. I like this shove here. If he can get through it, he can survive himself another orbit. But Luong wakes up at pocket fives, does a double take. Doesn't know what to do quite with this one here. It's a toughie. It's a tough one. He does lay it down. Playing for his ICM money. I don't hate it. And it's going to get through the blinds. And Ship shows his hand. Shows that he had an ace. And picks himself up a big and small blind to get through an orbit. So the players, these 5 players left, are going to go on a short break here shortly. So I hate to tell everyone that it's going to be a quick break time, but these players do want to step away from the table, go to the restroom, grab a drink, and it is a scheduled break, and it is their complete right to do so. So I want everyone to hang in there. We've come so far, and it could be over at any minute. But they will be taking a break here shortly. So you're just going to have to please hang in there. Demoria here on the button. Goes all in. Ace-5 suited. Going to try to win those blinds back he just gave to Shipley. Shipley, Ace-9 offsuit. Now he's in the big blind, but he's got Jack that already called behind him. So it's not an easy fold or an easy call. But when you have Jack, the chip leader, that's already called, yeah, I don't hate that lay down. And Jack there called pretty light, but you wouldn't expect him to call very light. I know for sure he's not going to call the rest of these chips off with Queen-9. But like I said, it's a tough one there for Ship because of when the chip leader's limping in under the gun, out of the blinds. He's definitely probably got a decent enough hand. So he shows that he was just trying to see a flop there. And Demoria very intelligently shoving while he still has a lot of fold equity to even make the chip leader get out of the way. And so he's going to pick up another set of blinds to survive another orbit that he lost. So you see the players are going on break next hand. And lots of action here leading up to that. You saw Demoria call 80,000. And then Mike on the button calling 80,000. And then Ship in the small blind puts in the rest of his stack, 383,000 with King, Queen offsuit. Jack in the big blind. It's 300,000 to him. It's about a third of his stack. I don't see him calling this off with Queen-8 after you've had 2 limpers to your left. And he does lay that one down. Demoria is not going to call with the King-9, but Mike very well could He could choose to gamble here, pocket nines. Will he put it in there? And he does. So we are going to see a flop here. I believe Mike is going to be the one at risk, but dealer Carlos here going to count everything out and see for sure. The chip stacks are very close, but whoever can take this one down is going to be definitely up there. So dealer Carlos here, double checking. I believe, like I said, if I'm correct, I believe that Mike's going to be the one at risk here. Not entirely sure, but we're going to a flop anyway. Flopped set right in the window, but not dead is Ship. Can hit a jack. Ace in the turn, no help. A jack for Ship. Does not happen, and Mike is going to take this one down with a set of nines. And let's see if Ship has any chips. Huge pot there. It looks like, yeah, it looks like Mike was the one at risk there. So Ship, 17,000. That's it. So when we return from break, Ship will be all in the blind, I believe, or all in on the button. But he's only got 17,000 chips left, and then that money bubble is going to be cracked, and then it's going to be speed mode from then on. So please stay tuned here on Facebook or YouTube. We appreciate you watching this final few minutes of this 1,500 guaranteed bomb pot free roll tournament. Like I said, I don't know how long this break is going to be, so hang in there, stick around, and we'll be getting that down to the end very, very soon. Thanks for tuning in, but do not go anywhere. We're going to see who it takes this one down here any minute. So back from the quick break here. The bomb pot on the level change. We see Mike bet $250,000 here on his top set of kings. Kings full of trays. Jack thinking about it, but lets it go. Good fold there by Jack. He had trip threes, but didn't have anything else there. And so Mike gonna show his cards, and Ship was already all in because it was a bomb pot. And yeah, it doesn't. Ship not going to improve on that bottom board at all. So he didn't have bucket kings, but he did have the flush on the top there. So Ship, unfortunately, had a massive stack and played it to perfection. But whenever you're in a free roll, the blinds just get too big, and he is going to be our money bubble. Ship, who came in with a big stack and played it, like I said, played great. Got out of everybody's way, let the smaller stacks get it in the mix. But the problem is when the blinds get that big, no one is safe, and found a spot to get it in and did not work out his way. So we are now in the money. Mike, Jack, Demoria, and Luong. I think Luong is the short stack here. He is in the big blind. Mike going to make the call on the button. It's got over 1 million in chips. Jack calls the 100 to complete, and Luong checking his options. So we're going to see a flop 3 ways here. Luong needing to pick this one up. Definitely the short stack. Jack 10, 7. Jack going to have the top pair here. Checks all the way around. Another Jack on the turn. That's going to be huge for Jack. Mike with the gut shot. And he's going to bet it out here. He's going to bet the gut shot, and Jack here going to be loving this. Going to raise it up immediately. Luong getting out of the way, still sitting with 140K, and Mike here definitely doesn't want to get entangled into anything. Whenever you have such a short stack here, sitting 2 spots to your right, going to be all in at any moment. But he's reaching for chips, making. He does make the call. So Mike here, knowing that he just needs a queen, that's pretty much all he's looking for, trying to spike a queen, does not get it. Jack's going to be taking this one down, puts the rest of his chips in there, and Mike has to let it go. And so Jack now back up over the 1 million chip mark. So we can get, we got an updated chip count during that quick break. Jack at 1.1, Mike at 810,000, Demoria at 570, and Luong only 140,000 in chips, and is in the small blind, I believe, right now for 50,000 of it. So he's going to have less than a big left behind. We will see what happens there. Mike, the first one to act here. Jack 7 lets it go into the mug. Jack here on the button, pocket 7s. 100,000 now to play. Looks like he's going to be raising this one up as he should be. Makes it about 250. And Luong immediately throwing his chips down in the middle with pocket 9s in the lead. And Demoria, he's going to go in as well. King, queen offsuit. So Jack with a big decision here. He's got Luong all in the small. Demoria goes all in over the top after Jack already raised pre-flop. So interesting dilemma here for Jack. It's going to be for about half his stack. Pocket 7s. And he does make the call. So everything going off the rails here immediately after the break, as I knew that it would. Thanks to those who are still tuned in watching, as we're probably going to see a lot happen right now. So Jack raised on the button, with pocket sevens to $250,000. Luong immediately snapped those all in the small for way less, 145,000. He only had about 90 behind after putting it in the small blind, but DeMoria shipped it over the top of Jack with king, queen offsuit, and Jack made the call. So Luong at risk and DeMoria at risk. Jack still has over $500,000 if he loses this to DeMoria here, but if either DeMoria or Jack pulled this off, Luong is eliminated in 4th place. And he's definitely in the best position here. Pocket nines that he is holding, DeMoria with the king, queen offsuit, and Jack with an underpair pocket sevens. So dealer Carlos here getting these stacks situated, as we're going to have 2 different pots. Luong all in for the main and DeMoria in for the main and the secondary pot. So Luong at risk, pocket nines in the lead. Jack, the one not at risk between the 3 players, pocket sevens behind him. And a king right in the window for DeMoria. So now Luong needing to hit a 9 and only a 9. 3 on the turn, no help. Jack on the river, and DeMoria is going to eliminate a player in 4th place, Luong, who played fantastic poker. Shout out to Luong. Played the live stream all day long. We got to see all the moves, all of the betting. Probably played the best out of everyone we saw tonight on the live stream. Not going to lie. Made a lot of great moves, put a lot of pressure on in certain situations, made some laydowns, and it made a couple bluffs, and can definitely say played fantastically. But again, when you get down to this part of the tournament where everyone is just kind of all in or fold, it's kind of bingo poker. But that's how free roll tournaments go. But definitely played fantastic poker and got some money for his time. And shout out again to Luong. Can't wait to see him back here on stream. So now there are 3 players remaining. Jack on the effective button, on a dead button here, looking down at queen, jack of diamonds, puts it all in. And action over to DeMoria and Mike. I think they're kind of discussing chop possibilities. And he goes fold, fold, and Jack picks up an orbit there of the blinds. The blinds are 15 to 100,000. And you've got, it looks like they are going to do an ICM count here. Clock has been paused as we allow 1 per level. So dealer Carlos looking here, wanting to count these chips down. DeMoria has the most at 1.24 million. Mike at 710,000 and Jack at 680. So with an ICM chop, Mike and Jack will get pretty equal amounts, and DeMoria will get the lion's share. And as dealer Carlos finds out here exactly where everyone stands and see if these players want to take the chop. And we will see if it was accepted here. So what a tournament. Played down to the bitter end. No one wanting it to go away. They definitely all had their highs and lows. I think Jack never was at super risk. He built up a big stack and hung with it and did a great job navigating these last few. Mike was definitely down to some crumbs there for a little while, but definitely made a good comeback on that. And DeMoria just right in the middle. Just had some big gambles, had some big all-ins, won them when he needed to, and played definite solid poker to get to this point. And if they accept this ICM chop, he will be definitely earning the lion's share that he did earn. So let's take a listen here.
He's got 675.
He would take 561, 337, 338, and 335.
I'm down with that. Yeah.
Jack?
Yeah, 500 change, 200 change, and 300 change for these last three players. So that's it. Well done. Handshakes all around. These players earned their positions and got paid here on this Friday night. $1,500 guaranteed bomb pot free roll tournament. We'll be doing it again on Sunday. Not sure if we're going to be able to stream it on Sunday or not. We've got some new stuff, new movements here we're doing on stream, but definitely look for more streams in the future. We hope that we get to do a lot more cool stuff. But tomorrow, 3 p.m., only a $25 qualifier. Do not miss your chance. If you have played here at all at Poker House Fort Worth in the month of August, you've got chips waiting on you. Everyone has the base starting stack of 5,000 in chips, and then there's multitudes of ways to earn chips. If you played any cash games, you're getting 500 chips per hour that you played. High hand wheel spins. First 9 players of the day got some chips. And on tournaments, if you played in tournaments, your entries, your add-ons, your rebuys all earned you chips. And then tournament high hands, and the first player is registered. And we're doing those things again for September, and that's going to be for the October qualifier. But if you played it all here in August, you have chips waiting on you. And if you didn't make it out to Poker House Fort Worth in August, you still get a base of 5,000 in chips to play in this tournament for only $25, and which is plenty to get in and get started and try to spin it up for only $25 to try to win your ticket into that $20,000 championship on October 12th. There's only 3 opportunities to get in this thing, and we're on our second one. So give yourself every opportunity to get into that $20,000 free roll championship tournament on October 12th, and do it tomorrow, 3 p.m. right here at Poker House Fort Worth for only $25. So once again, thanks to each and every one of you that tuned in for this $1,500 guaranteed free roll tournament every Sunday and Friday, 7 p.m. right here at Poker House Fort Worth. And we stream it a lot. So find yourself on a stream, let your friends know, and have a great time here at Poker House Fort Worth. And thank you to each one of you that tuned in on Facebook and YouTube. And definitely come back. And yeah, Jack says good game. Appreciate you, Jack. It was a good game, man. You did fantastic. But you can join, be like Jack, and find yourself on the feature table all the way down here and taking money home, and let everyone watch the journey here on Facebook and YouTube. Thanks again for tuning in. Until next time, I hope to see you tomorrow for the qualifier tournament